Hello, everyone. Welcome to this week's Yeti local tournament. I'm here with JimTheEternal once again. Happy to cast with you again.
Yeah,
Uh,
happy to be here.
we'll be starting in just a moment. The tournament has started just a little bit late. So in the meantime, we can already tell you what deck you will be saying in this round one. We have a Fire Xiaoan and then a Wind Diana allies.
This is pretty cool. I've been looking at Fire Dachan for a while, and I keep wanting it to be good. Like I really like the idea of Fire Bloom Flourish, but I haven't seen anybody put anything together that's performed really well. So I'm excited to see how this player does.
It's a deck I've seen a couple of times. It has a lot of potential. It's a little bit high rolly. It does really need Firebloom Flourish to function. It's a deck that wants to really put its hand down every turn, and every card is very cheap, so they go through their hand very, very quickly. So they can be out of resource really quickly, which Firebloom Flourish obviously helps with a lot. It's a card, a Fantasia that lets you draw into memory at the end of turn if you have 4 influence or less. And so great value engine and a great way to continue putting on that pressure. It's this deck that is basically all burn, even more so than Fiza or baniRein were before. It's a deck that just does direct damage and tries to put it out fast enough to overwhelm the opponent.
Yeah, this is something that I've seen is kind of in Cleric's wheelhouse, right? Cleric doesn't really have a lot of efficient allies to use in this situation, but it does have stuff like Cinder Geyser. It does have a lot of stuff that can go straight to the face and really overwhelm an opponent a lot quicker than you might expect.
Yeah, and let's see. There's the new card that was printed in MRC. Well, there's two new cards that were printed in MRC Alter for the deck, though I'm seeing only one of them.
I see
The
Volda and
No,
Scathing
both are there.
Serenity.
Yes, both are there. Okay, a single copy of Volda, the new MRC Alter Unique, that makes it that for the turn, I think, your fire damage is unpreventable.
Mhm.
And it does have fast activation at level 2, if I'm correct. Do they run? They do run level 2 for that, all right. And yes, Scaling Seminary is a new card with balance. One of my favorite mechanic in the game. It's so fun to play with.
Mhm.
This one's very different though, because all the previous balance card, except for the Regalia, the Scale of Souls. But most of the balance were 3 costs themselves, so you were trying
Right.
to build around a 7 card game plan. You know, you go draw to 7 for turn, you play a 3 cost, you have 3 left in hand, and you keep balance all the same there. This one, though, is a 2 cost. So that changes all your math. It makes you play very differently.
Mhm. And it kind of is tailor-made for sort of cleric aggro's low to the ground, low influence strategy. It works really well on a 4 or 5 card hand, especially if you have a couple of fractals to make up the difference one way or the other.
Mhm, mhm. And unpreventable damage is always a very nice line of text to see. It can deal with so many problems. It can take people by surprise, even more defensive decks.
Mhm.
Sometimes, they'll have their blanche on the board and think they're safe, and then you just, haha, unpreventable, and game's over.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a unit with this kind of efficient damage loadout for this kind of deck. On the other side, though, we have a Wind Allies deck featuring Diana and a couple of Umbra cards. It looks like it's trying to go to level 3.
Yeah, it's always a big question for Diana decks because Diana 3 is such a strong card by itself, where you can afford to play it for almost no investment. It's just a if I need to, it's there. But this one's playing a couple more. I see Carter, which is a powerhouse by itself, really great into other ally matchups to just clear the board. There's the new Accursed Strength from MRC Alter that draws you cards depending on the number of curse you have on your own champion.
Mhm.
Is there any self curse in this deck? Maybe the I don't see
Not a
the
whole lot. Yeah,
only
I don't
draw
think so.
side. That's interesting because that combos very well with it.
Mhm. I think Accursed Strength, just as a draw yourself back up to 3 influence, is still very strong, especially in a deck like a level 3 Diana deck, which
Mhm.
really wants to, kind of turbo out that level 3 and doesn't care how they're using their influence in order to get there.
Otherwise, the deck seems to have that good win Diana allies base, it plays Lubu and a couple of allies with some very high number range on them, like this not lookout. What name am I missing? The concealed marksman,
The marksman.
which has range 4. Yes, so some allies with big range numbers, so you can give them distant, give Liu Bei distant at the same time, and just swing for a lot of damage for minimal card investment.
Yeah, and we're seeing some allies come out already. Um, we're also seeing Snow Ghost fight back with that direct damage. There goes that Cinder Geyser.
Yeah, and while there's a possibility for the Fire Xiao Chan here, because most of those burn spell can also help clear those big allies. It's not really the game plan of the deck. They want to just go face every turn. So they'll ignore the board and say, I can probably race you down faster than you can race me down.
Mm-hmm. And immediately going to level 1 over here. So ready to turn on all of those cleric effects, try to get some of that extra value. Does Snow Ghost have much in the way of reactions to try and use these glimmer counters on Diao-Chan?
Well, the Synthesizer that we just saw is, I think, a reaction.
I think that's true.
Let's see what else is in there. Not well, there's the Shimmering Refraction that's in most Diao-Chan decks. It's such a powerful card.
Yeah, especially out of the memory.
Searing Rebuke is also the other main element of the deck. It's the new shield spell for Fire Cleric that prevents 3 damage. And every time it prevents damage, it deals 3 damage to a champion. So you can, ideally, you combine it with a way of doing 1 point of damage, so you can proc that damage multiple times in a turn, and it becomes a 2-cost deal 9.
Yeah, perfectly set up to take advantage of those fractals of sparks, the Phantasias that are reservable and also can be used to deal damage to a champion. So you can use them on your opponent, and if you have a rebuke set up, you can use them on yourself to deal 3 to your opponent. Very powerful effect. But we are seeing a Fanatical Devotee come down. 3 cost, 2/2, ready to get some extra damage in. And seeing High Tech on 6 health now.
We do
Moving
level up
into
as
High Tech's turn,
well.
I think.
Yep, we level up to Diana. So in this game, there will probably be more leveling up than in some other matchups. Not necessarily to get to Umbra, even though it's powerful, and the Fire Diao-Chan deck has very few answers to the Umbra package, the various guns they can put out, but mostly because it's also just more health that you face against the burn deck.
Absolutely. If we're looking at High Tech's list here, he doesn't have a lot in terms of defensive materializes. We may see something like a Safeguard Amulet come out, but otherwise, I think he's relying on the extra health he gets from being level 2 or level 3 in order to keep himself alive.
Flash Grenade is also very powerful as a defensive tool for Diana.
Remind me what Flash Grenade does?
Flash Grenade is the regalia that you can banish to prevent 3 from every source of damage if you are distant.
Right, the Ranger Grenade.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very powerful tool in this situation.
Let's see what he decides to play. First, also a probably less used for its value or defensive capabilities here. Mostly will probably be used as just an ally that can swing for 3 damage because of the range. There's some very funny lines you can do with Purse. There's is the deck running? It doesn't seem to be running Quick Draw Piercer, the gun that draws you on Banish. That's very funny to play with Purse. It lets you turn all your distance spells into cycling because you give this into Burst, you suppress the gun, so you draw a card, and you can repeat that every turn.
Mhm.
Some very funny lines you can get with that if you choose to build that way. A bit slow for the normal state of the game, but very fun to do.
Right, especially if you have Liu Bei out to take sort of double dip advantage of that distant and get some extra damage in on your opponent. Seems like a very powerful set of tools.
Mhm. Also, here clearing the Fanatical Devotee before there's enough fire cards in the grave to allow that undead trigger doing damage.
Yeah, high tech playing to control the board, which makes a lot of sense, since that is kind of the best tools they have to protect their life total as they make their way up to level 2 and level 3 here.
Hmm.
And Snow Ghost coming out with a Wind Resonance Bauble, trying to bring up that influence, get a few more options, and see what the deck has on offer.
Yeah, trying to dig for those Fire and Bloom flourishes. Probably it's very rough to be using too many cards before you find them. It really limits your options.
Absolutely true. Unfortunately, he is up against a Wind deck, so even I think any Wind deck these days is going to be main decking some Fantasia removal, and running a Fire Bloom Flourish into that doesn't feel good.
I see a single Scatter Essence in the list, however.
Also, 2 Vertigo Decree.
Oh yeah, two Vertigo Degree.
But we are seeing more from the aggro ally plan, the Ashwick Cremator, coming out.
Yes, a big turn. So by playing those two allies, we do turn on the Memory 4+ effect on the Fanatical Devotee for the extra point of damage. And we go hands down, which means the Ashwick Cremator will deal 2 damage to each champion.
Yep, exactly where this deck wants to be. Just throwing as much damage out there and seeing what sticks.
Oh, seems we're maybe trading here too, instead of going face. So a Veiled Dash in response to prevent some damage and give distant.
Also acting kind of like a Veiling Breeze, revealing some wind cards out of the memory in order to prevent extra damage.
And we see a Dilu in there, so there'll be a lot of damage coming out next turn. And
Absolutely.
the Yunzo Cavalry, which will combo with Dilu. It's an ally that gets distant on enter if you have a horse.
I see. This presents a damage shield as opposed to a
Yeah,
prevention
yeah.
effect on every instance of damage. All
It
right.
doesn't prevent every, yeah, but still there's not enough damage to kill any of those allies, so that Cremator will probably go face.
Yep, we're seeing that damage pop up on High Tech's tracker.
And
And
the
then
end
the end
turn
of turn
trigger.
effect, dealing 2 damage to both champions. And now we're seeing whether or not High Tech is going to deliver on the promised Dilu revealed from memory.
If he does, he's probably going for a card draw this turn. Oh, we're not. We're leveling up. Interesting. So we'll be going for a gun, trying to push some more damage that way. So there's 8 on the board. There's
Well, yeah, with those distant effects, there is a lot of damage on those allies.
yes, it's 5 from the Concealed Marksman and 3 from Purse. Then we'll get out a gun, get a bullet. There's the Wind Purser in the material deck, so that will account for 3 damage. One more from whatever gun he materializes.
So looking to
That
get
might be
16
lethal.
total in order to kill Snow Ghost here, with 8 on the board and 3 from the gun.
4 from the gun, right? 3 from
4
the
from the gun,
bullet and 1 from the gun
3 from the bullet,
itself.
right?
And I think that's enough.
See if that's the direction High Tech goes. Yep, going straight to face. Okay. Looks like High Tech believes.
Unless he gets very unlucky with that Wind Piercer on attack trigger, you can always reveal a non-win card from that 2 in a row. Maybe there's 2 Carters on top or something.
Here comes that release effect.
Seeker's
He's
Rifle. No need for the Spell Shroud here. There's not a lot of reaction from the Diao Chan deck that could matter here.
Mhm.
We do load the bullet, and we'll see if that trigger will succeed in fighting the right amount of damage. Are we trying to do for something else here? Maybe give Distant to Diana for the extra 2 point of damage? Or is there a Fairy Whispers in the deck? Not
So
that I
3
see.
damage or 4 damage from this gun puts Snow Ghost at 12 out of their 19. So still needs to find another 7 damage.
There will be 3 from Purse. So we need to find 4.
Yeah, and we did see the Dilu in hand, so that's another 3. So
The
if we can
dealer
find...
has been banished for level up.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, my mistake. Well, we'll see what else he's got in his hand. He seems pretty committed to this plan here.
That's still a good plan. There's not a lot of... Well, it is possible for Diana to find 12 damage in the turn. But maybe there's some more defensive options left in hand. We'll see what the glimpse one says. It goes to the bottom, so we're probably not a win card, so we're gambling on something else. It is a wind, so we'll be coming in for that 4 damage. Oh, that went at the cremator. Interesting. So high-tech saying, I don't have lethal this turn. Let me try to prevent as much damage as possible for next turn.
Yep, going after the allies seems like a good move if you don't think you can get lethal here. Try and keep yourself alive. With that level 2, going up to a max of 22 health, High Tech seems like they're in a pretty decent position to make that happen.
So there was that
Looks like
trigger from the Seeker's Rifle. We paid 2 on kill to get back the bullet for next turn.
Purse is staying up, it seems.
Yeah, interesting, because we are losing the distance here, so it's not even like it can suppress an ally next
I
turn, unless
wonder
there's
if...
something more hiding in hand.
Yeah, we've already moved into Snow Ghost's turn. So my expectation here was maybe High Tech was planning on using that distant in order to suppress something during his own end step, but doesn't appear to be the case. Yeah, there goes those distant markers.
Could
So
very
with
well be that the 2 card left in hand is an evasive maneuver that I see in the deck list that could give distance to Purse again.
that seems pretty likely. He's definitely going to want to have some defensive trick here, and keeping Purse upright. It seems like the best defensive trick available is that suppress.
Oh, we do find the first Firebloom Flourish.
Great to see. We're not going to be getting that damage out of it this turn, but we might see a card draw depending on how many cards Snow Ghost is able to play here.
No, we pay 3 for the Devotee, so we will have 5 influence at end of turn. Still going for a lot of damage here.
Yeah, each of those devotees representing a lot, a lot of damage. Um, Unfortunately, not enough fire cards in the graveyard to really get both of them active with the on death, but they do still have that +1 power from the memory +4.
So we do see evasive maneuvers, but it seems to be going at Diana herself to just prevent 2 damage and giving her distance. So the attack next turn will have that 2 more damage.
Yeah, setting up for a much bigger swing on the next turn. Now Snow Ghost in a dangerous position, sending into Purse instead of getting extra damage on Diana. Unfortunately, with only 11 health left over, with 8 damage markers out of that 19, a distant Diana is going to be a huge chunk of that, right? 4 plus 2 from the distant is going to be 6 damage.
So any other source of distance on the marksman could be enough to seal the game. But of course, Xiaoan is not completely powerless here. There's still her ability to rest and activate a card from her memory. So we could see something maybe killing the concealed marksman in
It's
response to a
true.
lethal swing.
Yeah, this is something that you need to keep in mind when playing against a Diachan deck. Even though it looks like their hand is down, that doesn't necessarily mean that their shields are down. We could see a Cinder Geyser out of their memory, or a Searing Rebuke, which would be especially dangerous in this particular situation. High
For
Tech going
card
for
draw
the
from
extra
high
card
tech,
draw.
yeah. Trying to find maybe the couple points of damage he's missing.
This does look like a really dangerous position for Snow Ghost. So High Tech potentially going all in here, and I guess we'll see what options end up coming up out of High Tech's hand. Quickly doing the math, we see the finger tapping.
Very important. You don't want
Uh-huh.
to go all in and realize you're 1 damage off.
Yep.
It's always scary to see from your opponent. As soon as your opponent starts doing math, you know something's up.
Right?
Not
Yeah,
as
that's always
scary compared
worrisome.
not as scary compared to a combo deck. If Fractal is doing maths, then you know you're in trouble. But
We're seeing the probably 6 damage coming in. Here comes the glimpse. Oh, that
oh,
card,
never
not what High
again.
Tech is looking for. But looks like we get the wind card anyway. So 6 damage coming in from the gun. Putting Snow Ghost at 14 out of 19. High Tech letting the bullet go back to the material deck. Not paying for the on-kill effect. Or I guess there's no kill here, so. But
Yeah,
not paying.
very hard to get that on
Mhm.
kill swing in his face. Let's see what comes out now. Again, any card that gives distance would be the best thing for high tech here.
Mhm.
Be considering pass the turn if there's only defensive options in there.
Would be a
That would
really
be
unfortunate situation for pass here. I think High
imbue.
Tech is in a
Oh,
lot of danger
oh,
otherwise.
oh! That is great because we saw from the glimpse just now the it gives distant on enter. The reconnaissance scouts. So this new card from MRC Alter, if imbued, you look at cards from your top deck and you can put a ranger ally from it. And we just saw the rangefinder from the top deck, from the glimpse, from the bullet. So there is a way there to give distant to the concealed marksman. Oh no, we find a second concealed marksman. Oh, but that second marksman enters distant. So that will be enough for lethal by
Yes,
itself.
from the Captain Archer's effect, it comes into play distant. And
And that is
that is
game.
exactly the hit that High Tech was looking for. No response from Snow Ghost, so nothing hidden in the memory as a trump card here, but so that's going to be the end of game 1 in High Tech's favor.
Yeah, so that's the potential of the Wind Ionic being able to put out some very big allies almost out of nowhere, like here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what do you think we're going to see Snow Ghost bring in from the sideboard to try and turn this game around? I noticed 2 novice healers and an allied war priestess kind of going in on some extra healing options in order to combat High Tech's aggro potential. But he might decide to take that in a different direction and go more aggressive on his own, bringing in 2 Arthur Young heirs.
I'm not sure about the healer and the war priestess. It's a more ally game plan that might be better against some other less interactive decks. If you're in the mirror match or against fractal, those are probably very good. In a deck that's probably better at fighting for the board than you are, like when Diana, I'm not sure those cards are as good as they could be, so I'm not sure they're worth putting in. The Arthur could be very fun, though. It's both a card that can't be removed on the turn you play it. You know, you can rest it to give it immortal,
Mhm.
and it gives you more damage potential overall. So unless there's some, those probably come in. I don't think there's much to remove apart from that you would prefer the War Priestess or the Novice Healer for.
Mhm.
You're already on the right bubble, so you don't need to change those. And
I
There's the sigil of budding embers that could be some extra damage. You could probably remove the sensor of restful peace. The Diana deck doesn't seem to be running a lot of floating memory.
Yeah, that does seem like it would be a better choice here. I like Arthur as a way of trying to leverage the deck's own allies, especially against the sort of high health allies that the Ranger deck puts out. Saw a lot of threes and fours in that list.
Yeah, let's even your devotees kill everything in the Diana list. Meanwhile, the Diana list herself has a single blanche that probably goes in and would be very powerful if it does come out.
Uh, do you think we'll see the extra scatter essences come in out of the sideboard, or will high tech decide that uh, doesn't need to worry as much about the Fantasias?
I think I would put them in. They're just so strong. If you can get rid of the Firebloom Flourish, that really, really shuts down the potential for Fire Diana to do her thing. It's the main engine of the deck. So if you can get rid of it, it's almost game winning. So I would put them in if I was in high tech's shoes here.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be a strong option. We also see the possibility of a nullifying lantern coming in to deal with some of those cards that care about fire cards in the graveyard. Not sure that high tech will want to spend his materializes on something defensive like that, though, when he's obviously going to be so concerned with leveling up in time.
Yeah, it's definitely something you probably want to put in, but you might not actually get out once it gets to it, depending on how you draw. Obviously, sometimes you'll have a bad hand, there's not much pressure you can apply, so those defensive options are worth a little more. But that's not your ideal game plan.
Right. Well, moving straight into it, we have another concealed marksman coming out.
Yeah, it's not doing a lot now, but just the threat that poses means Snow Ghost will have to play differently.
Absolutely. As a 1/3, it's fairly innocuous, but that ranged 4 really gives it a lot of punch when you have support for it.
Ooh, losing a Shimmering Refraction to level up here.
Didn't get a lot of value out of the Shimmering Refraction in the previous game. I'm not sure that he had any in hand, but didn't seem
Just
like it was going to be doing much given the Fantasia count.
Yeah, they did not draw a lot of Fantasias, but there's at least a couple in the decks. There's the Firebloom Flourish, there's the Fractal Sparks. There's also Maiden of Shimmering Air that I see, the Fantasia allies with floating memory that help pump that number a little bit higher. And it doesn't need to do that much damage. It could be going face, but if it can do 3 damage here and kill the Concealed Marksman, it would be a pretty good card.
That's true. Anything to keep the board clear, I think, is going to be pretty effective for Snow Ghost. We'll see what his next plan is here.
Patrick Cremator, probably following up with something else. It feels pretty bad to play if you cannot get that end of turn 2 damage.
There it is, an imbued Vermilion Decree. The card draw effect on it, unfortunately, would turn off the Ashwick Cremator.
Yeah, but with the
So
2 damage, you could swing the Ashwick Cremator and kill the Concealed Marksman, which will
mhm.
maybe be the intended play here.
Yeah, that seems like that would be a pretty solid choice.
High
It
Tech
does
does
mean
still have 4 cards in hand, so there might be a way to protect it here.
that's true. High Tech does appear to have a lot of options. And, I think High Tech is kind of going over his options as we speak. The Ashwick Cremator, I think, is also a little dangerous, though, right? You're getting that damage onto each champion using that effect. So Snow Ghost potentially putting himself in a dangerous position with all of these symmetric damage effects.
Yeah, it's a big problem for some of the fire aggro decks. The more damage you do to yourself, yes, though that damage tends to be even going at both players. But oh, we're using Skullbind Pounce to suppress the Ashwick Cremator, so we'll also negate the 2 damage at the end of the turn because the Cremator won't be there for the trigger to happen, and we're giving distance to the marksman, so we're we're getting that extra 4 damage next turn.
Yeah, what a great defensive trick out of High-Tech's deck. Very powerful looking.
It's a great card that can really turn the flow of the game around. You went
Right,
from losing
yeah,
your allies to doing 5 next turn.
Yeah, it's a huge swing with a card like Concealed Marksman there, ready with that distant 4. So instead of that extra damage coming in on High-Tech, he turns it around and deals the extra damage to Snow Ghost. Almost like a Wind Searing Rebuke.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, to go back to the previous point about the fire decks just killing themselves, I know some of them, and amongst others, I know there's a Fire Suzaku player here often in Yeti, Edward, that likes playing Blanche in his fire deck to block the self damage.
Yeah, that's not the kind of thing that you see very often, but is always very cool when it does work. There's a almost apocryphal story of a local player in my region who played Blanche in just a level 3 fire shell, going Blanche into Clumsy Apprentice in order to avoid taking the
Mhm.
damage. Of course, that self damage also useful if you want to throw it into a Searing Rebuke. So a lot of different ways to take advantage of the situation. These cards that are supposed to be symmetrical and could potentially just be better for you as a fire player.
Mhm. So we are pushing some damage at first. No reason to you bait out the options of the opponent before committing any cards. So we'll see Searing Rebuke. Not as valuable as it could be otherwise here. You know, it'll block 3 damage, it'll deal 3 damage, but it's not the best use case since the Fractal Spark is already rested.
Right, yeah. The ideal situation with Searing Rebuke, of course, is getting, 3 damage 3 times out of it. Sort of the dream. But yes, in this case, just preventing the 3 that's coming in, and then dealing 3 back to High-Tech, putting them at a fairly comfortable 6 health out of 19. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing that Snow Ghost is going to be able to capitalize on too soon.
Especially when the Fire Dana is so low on card now. Only 3 influence. And no
Or
Fire Bloom
Xiaoan, and
Flourish.
no
Oh yeah.
Fantasias to refill that influence with.
So now you know the Xiaoan is completely defenseless. Let's see what threat will push from there.
Yeah, with those Glimmers counters gone, that's sort of the ace in the hole for Snow Ghost. So that's a green light for High-Tech to do whatever he wants. And more focused on the wind allies part of this Umbra deck.
It's a pretty good play. It clears the Cremator, so you're saving yourself from 4 damage next turn.
Mhm.
And having a unique ally on board means you're always threatening that Dilu to come in every turn. You know, it's you facing a Windana deck like this, you can't just leave the unique ally up
Mhm.
because that horse is so threatening.
Yeah, you get a lot of damage out of Dilu if Dilu goes un unimpeded. Snow Ghost kind of realizing the hole he's in, digging for some extra cards here. Wind Bobble, not popping it yet, I think. Probably checking his hand for potential balance things, right? Wants to make sure that he can get the results that he's looking for from the cards that he has. Rococo, another good reason to stay low on influence while you're deciding what your plays are.
Yeah, great card. Dealing 2 damage to champion if your influence is at 4 or less. So you wait to pop that bubble. And then hopefully finding something to take advantage of this position. A Fire Bloom Flourish from top deck here would have been amazing. Probably not it. Oh, yes, it is. Indeed, it.
Beautiful. This is
Perfect top deck.
exactly what he was looking for.
Sadly, that will be a single Glimmer counter at the end of the turn. So for now, there will be nothing that could be played from memory during High-Tech's turn.
Yeah, just the one extra glimmer, not quite enough to make anything happen. Coco going in for one more damage to the face.
Well,
And
you know
the
you have time to get that second Glimmer counter during next turn. You're at 3 out of 19. You're probably not dying.
yeah, we did see a pretty big burst of damage out of High Tech in the previous game, but 16 damage all at once feels pretty out of reach. High Tech also going for some extra cards here. We're seeing a Grand Crusader ring out of the materials. 3 cards in hand, so a lot of potential to do something, give something distant during this recollection phase.
Ooh, we're doing even better than that. We're playing an ally that gives something distant. So this is great because by itself, it's not too big, but can the power of those one attack allies is a lot of the allies from the Snow Ghost deck only have one life. So even if they're not pushing a lot of damage, they can be used to just clear the board, while your bigger allies like the Consular Marksman just go face every turn.
Yeah, and every source of distant represents another extra 4 damage on that marksman, which is really, really strong.
Did we find a dealer? We didn't have a good glimpse at Hightech's hand yet.
I think also in a position to just put a lot of damage on Snow Ghost this turn. The Rococo is easy to clear, and we are seeing that happen first. But 5 damage from the marksman here, and then not sure if we're going to see another source of distant for Purse, but Purse could just be another damage.
I think at this point you probably can wait and just give distant to the marksman again next turn. It's probably a better use of your card. You're not pushing damage as fast, but it's better in the long run. Because you're probably killing
Yeah.
over another 2 turns, probably.
Yeah, I think High Tech understands that this is not the turn to go all in and just get some extra damage, put Snow Ghost on the back foot, and hopefully leave himself in a position where he's going to be able to respond to whatever Snow Ghost has on their next turn. See what comes out of his hand here. Thinking really hard about this play.
So we see the rangefinder, as was Glimp's last game, that was not played in favor of the other concealed marksman. So this one will give this into burst. And probably swinging with it.
I'm not sure. This is actually a really. Oh yeah, if you're giving distance to Purse, I think you have to be swinging with it.
You could wait until your end step and then suppress the reconnaissance scout to so it'll come back at the end of Snow Ghost's turn and give distance to the concealed marksman.
That's true. Set up for another source of distance for next turn with just the rangefinder. It's pretty good.
It's a way of banking your not fast rangefinder for later.
Mhm.
I think that's the line I'd go for. Let's see what high tech chooses, because pushing 2 damage is also appealing here.
And is pushing that extra damage from Purse. So not choosing to use the suppress, just getting the extra damage in. All of his allies, all of High Tech's allies now rested on the board, so not in a position to really fight back, but still 3 cards in hand and any number of defensive tricks available for High Tech here. Between evasive maneuvers and veiled dash and squallbind pounce, so many different ways for High Tech to interact with whatever Snow Ghost decides to do.
And also most of those giving distance, so still threatening more damage for the next turn, even if you use those cards.
Mhm. Absolutely. So we'll see what Snow Ghost's plan is here. We have 1 damage coming in from the Fire Bloom Flourish. And a Tariff Ring coming out from the materials. So Snow Ghost definitely sees the writing on the wall here and wants to make it more difficult for High Tech to attack next turn.
Terraforming pretty good since most of High-Tech's cards, most of High-Tech's allies already need some cost investment to attack. You know, you need to find a way to give them distance. It'll probably cost you some cards. So it's almost double dipping here, I would say.
Yeah, it seems like with that Tariff Ring out, it'll be hard pressed for High Tech to find more than 1 profitable attack on his board. And even that is maybe pressing it, depending on what tools High Tech has available.
So Demolition deals 3 damage, probably the Concealed Marksman. Although there could be a reason to aim it at something else, because if there's a like the Valdash here, a way to give distance in addition to protecting the ally, if you were aiming it at something else, that would have meant having to choose between giving distance to the ally with the most ranged or to the thing that you're trying to kill. But here, Veldash giving distance to 2 allies anyway, so that dilemma not mattering in the slightest. We're saving the allies and we're preparing for the big swing next turn.
Yeah. And this is such a perfect situation for High Tech too. Given how low influence Snow Ghost is in a position where they have maybe one thing they can do on any given turn. We'll see if the Glimmer counters change that into a second thing that Snow Ghost has available once they've passed the turn over to High Tech. But High Tech being in a position where they can have their one defensive trick also providing distance to their biggest attacker, knowing that Snow Ghost is unlikely to have more than one thing that they need to deal with, such a commanding position on this board.
Snow Ghost did get his second Glimmer counter here, and so if Diana doesn't level up here, a Searing Rebuke could be lethal.
That's true. We still see the Fractal of Sparks up. So that is a source of an extra 3 damage ping off of the Searing Rebuke. But Snow Ghost would have to find one more source of 1 damage in order to make that work here.
There's a lot of 1 attack allies on the board right now, but we do see the Safeguard Amulet, so preventing
Yeah,
that will kill
Safeguard
them.
is exactly what you need in that situation. Good call from High Tech. I imagine we'll see the biggest attacker coming in first.
We saw from the Veil Dash reveal that there's a second Veil Dash in hand. So maybe you just swing with the Concealed Marksman and keep that second Veil Dash up.
Maybe, yeah. This is and another extra of a Veil Dash in hand is potentially a source of a lot of distant here. Is in fact that Searing Rebuke.
So we are preventing that 3 damage. Probably not doing anything in response. I imagine the Safeguard Amulet will be correct here.
That's really the question, isn't it? If Snow Ghost tries to double dip on this Searing Rebuke using that Fractal of Sparks to deal an extra damage, then High Tech is in a really good position to crack the Safeguard. Safeguard cracking in response to the Searing Rebuke also protects him from any blowback, any tricky timings. So this is a good move from High Tech.
Did miss here the Fractal Spark probably should have been used in response to the Safeguard Amulet to push that 1 extra point of damage.
Yeah, unless he's saving it, unless Snow Ghost is saving it to do something with their hand. But no, I think Snow Ghost has realized exactly the same thing that you did a little bit too late. No effects from this Fractal of Sparks.
The game doesn't seem to be in his favor. I don't think that is the kind of mistake that will cost the game, probably possibly losing it anyway. But we'll see
Yeah,
if he ends up 1 damage short, we'll be able to point at that little moment.
Yeah, no, I think you make a really good point in which like that is not optimal for sure. That extra damage could make a difference, but given the position of both of the players right now, that damage is probably not going to be what costs Snow Ghost this game. This kind of position, this board presence from High Tech is going to be really, really difficult for Snow Ghost to deal with. So Snow Ghost has to find has to find 9 damage this turn through whatever High Tech has. Otherwise, High Tech has, I think we have 5 damage just on the board, or are all of these 1 power. I think all of these are 1 attack allies. Oh, and Availing Breeze will of course put paid to any plan to deal real damage to High Tech this turn.
And we showed a Captain Archer that closed the game in the previous game.
Yeah, that Captain Archer did a lot of work, bringing in an extra ally from the top of the deck, and the on enter from that ally, bringing that extra distant effect, seems very powerful.
Let's see what Snow Ghost will respond to that. So this Veiling Breeze needs to be activated here to prevent the 1 damage from the Firebloom Flourish that happens in Recollect.
And this kind of shows the confidence that High Tech has in his position, right? Like, let's prevent that extra damage and make sure that nothing can kill me this turn, and then I won't need to interact with anything else on your turn because my position is good enough that no matter what you do, I think I have lethal on the next turn. Waiting to see what Snow Ghost has at this point.
Here, a 1, 2, 3. Snow Ghost is at 6, so a Fractal Spark into Searing Rebuke and High Tech's Recollect could be lethal.
Would need to find an extra ping, I think.
Well, there will be always, if you don't find the third ping, there's one shield left up. So if High Tech tries to swing anything, you do proc that last 3 damage.
That's true. That could be in response to any source of damage from High Tech. Well, there's that extra fractal.
Oh, that is starting to get scary. So High Tech has no more Safeguard Amulet. Oh, but we're going for an ally instead. Interesting.
I
Are
mean,
we
this
trading?
might be the situation that Snow Ghost is in, right? If the ally is all you have, then use what you've got in order to run as much prevention as you can. You've got that +4. Knocking out the Concealed Marksman is a good choice. Definitely one
Yep.
of the biggest sources of damage on High Tech's board. I'm not sure that's going to be enough, though, here.
Then there's the end of turn trigger from Firebloom Flourish. Again, no 1-cost spell in the deck, so nothing to fear from Yeti-chan's ability here. Let's see if Snow Ghost is safe, or if High Tech can find the required damage here. We'll find the gun, so we know that threatens 4 damage. So that should be enough to be game. There's 3 on board.
This looks like enough,
Unless
and we know there's no extra reactions coming out of Snow Ghost.
Unless, again, there's always the possibility for that bullet trigger to whiff.
Even if the bullet trigger whiffs, we still have enough allies on board to seal the deal.
Oh yeah, that is 5. That is 5. So yes, there's no fail case here.
Mm-hmm. The High Tech going through the remaining motions in order to bring this game to a close. So, what did you think of this match? Did this play out in the way that you expected it to?
Well, Wind Diana is always very threatening, and it really is draw dependent. The Fire Xiao-Chan is, as I've said at the start of the round, very high rolly. If you find multiple Firebloom Flourish, you can put out a lot of damage, but if you don't, then you you're a deck that starves itself of cards, trying to both push damage and answer threats, and you end up with not much you can do, like happened here.
Mhm.
So it's always that fun of playing those very high powerful, high rolly lines. But if you don't find them, then sometimes you just end up being slower than the other decks.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, the it does seem like the Wind Allies deck out of high tech here is a bit more consistent than the lines that Fire Diachan presents. But like you said, Fire Diachan also represents the opportunity to do a lot in with very little if the cards line up the right way.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sad that we didn't see the slower line of the Diana decks. It's been a while since I've seen a Diana level 3 be activated, but obviously that was not the matchup for it. This is the kind of games where you just want to push damage as fast as you can, so spending all of those cards to go to level 3 is not quite optimal.
Right, and in this situation, it wasn't necessary, as we saw. The Wind Piercer bullet with the Seeker's Rifle, definitely enough to close out the game without needing to go up to Shadow's Twin, without needing to bring in any of those Umbra cards.
Yeah, being able to find a 4 damage from the material deck can be very useful in a lot of matchups. It's the same reason that a lot of fire decks are running maybe the impact armor or the some other weapons. Even 2 damage from the material deck can change the face of the game, even without considering the self damage that's sometimes used as a bonus and not a downside.
Absolutely, yeah, even at low level, this, Diana deck, very, very bursty, right? A lot of big sources of damage from otherwise innocuous cards, Concealed Marksman getting that distant and swinging in for a massive 5 damage from a single ally. That's very cool to see.
And even Concealed Marksman's not even the range on it is not even class bonus. The true sight is. So
Yep.
you could stay level 0 and just give it distant every turn and push for 5 damage a turn.
It's a very cool set of synergistic tools out of this sort of Ranger Wind Allies deck. Very cool to see.
Yeah, and we didn't even see the bigger synergy, the Liu Bei double dipping on the distant every turn.
Right, right, yeah. So, pretty good performance from High Tech. Unfortunately, on Snow Ghost's side, the Diao Chan Dream didn't quite come together.
No,
Um,
it is a fun deck though. It's always fun to see it played and to try and guess at the possible kill lines that could pop up. The number of times in the game that we've said, well, if there's another Serene review here, that could be game. It wasn't, but just that potential means you need to stay on your toes when playing against it.
yeah, it's a lot of individually powerful cards amidst a overall aggressive shell, and I think just a shame for Snow Ghost that he ended up kind of on the back foot each match, trying to fight off the never-ending stream of Wind allies.
Yeah, exactly. Um, is there something you're excited to see in the future rounds? A card that we haven't seen
Um,
yet?
I don't know. I'm actually a big fan of some of the more popular decks in the format. So
Mhm.
I know people have seen a lot of fractals on stream, but I wouldn't mind seeing more fractals and seeing what it can come up with. I'm especially interested in seeing some more Luxem decks. I'm a big
Mhm.
fan of Luxem Xander, both the Fire Luxem and the Wind Luxem. So I'd like to see one of those decks come out. I think the Tristan Shadowstrike deck is also in sort of a very cool place right now with the Windblast Lookout. Um, so that would be neat to see. And I think the other thing that I'd be excited for, although definitely don't have a lot of familiarity with, I know people are trying to do some cool stuff with Neos, especially with the MRC altar cards.
Mhm.
So I would love to see somebody come out here with a Tenoris ready to swing, and I think that would be interesting.
Uh, I feel like Neos is definitely the kind of the Brewers deck. Whenever there's someone
Yeah.
that wants to try and build something different, they gravitate towards Neos. It hasn't seen the most results, but there's some very dedicated players just trying to make it work every time there's a new card announced. Um, of the MRCA cards, I I think the new unique Hector is probably the most interesting. I'm not that interested in what's the other card called that refabrication? I think is probably not good enough, but the Hector, the damage prevention allies, is very interesting.
Yeah, it seems like Neos got some really neat tools out of MRC Alter, and I'm not sure whether or not that's enough to bring a deck together, right? You know, Neos has always had the problem of like on turn 8 it has an overwhelming board presence and can easily slaughter you, but the trick is getting to turn 8, and I don't know that the tools that it's gotten in MRC Alter is enough to close that gap. But
On
I'm thrilled to find out one way or the other.
the opposite side completely though, there's a different Guardian tool that just come out too. The the attack for Guardian that costs less if you have taunt is very interesting because a big problem the Tonerist has had is that the level 1 and the level 2 just really don't mesh together at all. You know, level 1 is purely defensive, and then level 2 is purely offensive. It's an extra burst of damage. So this new card, if you go for like fire aggro Tenoris with all the big swings, there's the blazing charge that's really good. That lets you swing for I think it's 5 for 2 costs, and you take extra damage during your next turn. It
Yes,
lets you
that
turn that
sounds
level
yeah.
1 into a 5 damage swing for cheap, since you
Right,
won't
right,
need
yeah.
that taunt anyway. So that's a build I'm interested in seeing. Just like full big attacks.
Yeah,
Aggro
yeah.
prioritize.
I think it brings up a pretty good point, right? You know, level 1 Tenoris, like you say, is sort of at odds with level 2 Tenoris, right? They're bringing two different things to the table. So people usually in the past have tried to leverage that taunt with stuff like Academy Guide or some of the foster units in order to build up an attacking force for the next turn. But if you could just trade that taunt in for a cheap 5 damage source, that seems like it's a pretty good tool for a more aggressive Tenoris deck.
Yeah. Well, I've done that converting line myself in the past. I used to be a Water Ally Thunderous player. It's a really fun deck. Not as good in the meta right now, but it can be some very powerful lines if the opponent has no answers. That especially I love Lunette, and being able to protect it so many turns in a row can be backbreaking against other allies deck if that's what's relevant in the meta. You know, you played turn 1, you're balanced, the opponent can't play anything, then you level up, so she's protected again. And then I was also playing why am I blanking? Take Point, the norm spell that was in the starter deck that has floating memory and gives stun to your champion. So just 3 turns in a row, protecting Lunette, making sure the opponent can't get any good attack in, and just using my own allies to clear the board. It was a very fun
Yeah, that
strategy.
sounds like some really cool synergies. That's very cool. So it sounds like we do have a Tenoris in the tournament. Do you know what they're running or what they've kind of tried to bring to the table here?
It seems a fairly well-known player might be on Neos today, so we might see that in future rounds if their score is good enough.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed.
So I think we'll be going for a very short break while we finalize round 1 and find our pairings for round 2, and we'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We have some very interesting decks. I'm very excited for this round.
The
First
uh,
off,
the the dream came true.
they're both water. None of them are on basic spirit. We have Serene versus Fragmented. Both decks run main board Art of War, which is kind of funny because once one is out of the board, the second one does nothing. So we have, as we teased at the end of the previous round, a Neos deck. Noel is on Neos Dolores. Full domain, late game, get value. And facing it, we have another deck whose whole goal is going late game and accruing value. We have Water Merlin from Atka.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what this looks like. In a sea of aggro decks and tempo decks, seeing two decks that really want to go late and get that value, and then leverage, that overwhelming strength that you get after building up and building up. Like that seems like it'll be a really good time.
What's funny is that both of the tools both players are running to mitigate those aggro matchups are kind of useless in that game. One probably will be sided out. So Noel is going first. We see that Serene glimpse. Always a very important decision. I feel like most games involving Serenes are decided by that first glimpse.
Yeah, you have to really know your deck pretty well, right? You have to understand what a given hand needs and how a hand could be better, what it needs in order to improve from that position.
Oh, very strong start. We do see two domains that draw on enter. The Dormant Sacrificial Art are played twice. But yeah, I feel like a lot of newer players to decks that run Serene Spirits are a bit too conservative in their glimpsing. If you don't put four down, you're unless you have a perfect hand, you're probably not being aggressive enough.
Mhm. Yeah, it's definitely a difficult line to draw, figuring out what kinds of hands you need, and that does require a lot of knowledge about your deck.
So in the accruing value department, obviously the main deck is just playing more domains and getting value from the obelisks later on, and then there's a lot of Neos cards that draw you card and spawn tokens in etc. Merlin deck, well, obviously Merlin herself can draw you cards, and then this deck is playing a lot of floating memory. There's a couple of good payoffs for it. There's a couple of stratagem of mirror dice in the main board, and there's Arendite that is played in the material deck that can banish any number of floating and gets +2 attack for each that you banished.
So, what is this card that we are seeing out of Noel's materials here?
That's the Wayfinders map that makes your domain cheaper, and then in the late game, once you have a lot of domains, you can banish it to draw a card. And then we see Navigate the Street, which with two domains on board is equal to a full Scry Disguise and can just get even better later in the game. It's a one
Mhm.
cost floating memory slow glimpse depending on the domain number of domains you have.
So Noel definitely in a position to dig through a lot of his deck. What is he looking for here? What is the goal of all of this setup?
Well, you want to get to your level 3 as fast as you can because that's where you start. You want to get your obelisks out fast and then start spawning a lot of tokens. So you're probably looking for your. Is he running? I don't see any. He's not running any guides. So he's looking for all his other value pieces, the domains that draw on enter. He is running Eternal Kingdom, which turns all his domain reservable, so they can be used to
Hmm,
pay for cost. And he's running Zhang Zhao, since those domains will then act like fractals, so you can use them to draw two off of Zhang Zhao.
right. Well, in the meantime, we're seeing Akka do some very Merlin things here. We're seeing a Fracture Eyes come down for the floating memory, going immediately up to Kongming, followed by a Dungeon Guide into Merlin level 2 in order to eat that floating memory from Noel's graveyard, and putting Noel in a bit of an uncomfortable position. Not being able to use that floating memory to level up, he's instead got to burn cards from his hand.
Yeah, but he does find that Eternal Kingdom, so he's able to start getting a lot more value back that way.
Yeah, allowing those dormant sacrificial altars to become reservable is really, really strong. Something that replaces itself when you play it and also acts as a pseudo influence on the board. That feels very powerful.
Imagine if Fractal had a Fractal that says draw into memory.
I dream of that. Every night I go to bed waiting for that to get printed.
So we see another new card from MRC Alter, the Duramation Foundry, that costs less for up to 3 domains you control. And it's essentially a 2/2 for 2 in this
Mhm.
position, but it leaves a domain on board, so all your future effects that care about number of domains, including the Eternal Kingdom that you have on board right now, just get value out of it.
Yeah, it seems like so far all of the only utility domain we've seen is the Eternal Kingdom, whereas all of the other domains are worth a card in addition to their presence, and then now being reservable adds some extra, like I was saying before, pseudo influence for Noel. So either replacing themselves with a card or bringing out this 2/2 as part of being played, and then leaving behind that domain that is reservable. This seems like a really cool engine.
We'll see what Merlin can get to try and value that. If there's one thing that Merlin knows how to do, it's getting a lot of value. So that's an end of turn Rising Tide to be able to go level 3. We already have a counter on Merlin, so we will be drawing a card this turn. We might start to do some Crux shenanigans. Unfortunately for Etka, right now, Noel does not have 2 rested units, so we cannot do the Eventide Spear combo that was very popular last season. So Eventide Spear in the material deck can be activated if your opponent has 2 rested units, and it combos very well with the Ghost of Pendragon because there's no once per turn limit or anything, so you can just activate it, bounce it back with Ghost of Pendragon, draw 2, activate it again, play a second Ghost. I've managed to play all 4 Ghosts in one turn once, and it was so satisfying.
Yeah, that is really the not only the power but the joy of Water Merlin, this sort of free material whenever you need it. And Merlin, of course, so good at using materials on the board to various effects, putting swords away for the prismatic, uh, for the ascension, using the ghosts in order to draw extra cards. So anything that you can get for free for activating out of your materials is very, very strong for Merlin. In the meantime, we are mostly seeing influence here. So we've got a backup charger coming down for Noel. Didn't looks like he had the resources to use its ability in his in his um in his recollection, the way one usually does. So it's just sitting on the board for now. But all of these reservable domains getting put to great use with Zhang Zhao, the poster child for fractals, and now using reservable domains to the exact same effect, getting that extra card draw by not having any cards in his memory after playing the card.
It's a very interesting line because this list right now is playing a lot more like Fractal or like Windluxem. It's very much playing a lot of card neutrals plays and keeping your influence up. It's very different from how I've seen Neo's domain list played before, where you just rush to level 3.
Mm-hmm. And maybe this is the new world that we live in. Maybe this is how you play level 3, staying influence neutral and kind of hovering in the level 1, level 2 range until you have the resources built up to go to level 3 and do powerful stuff.
The second Rising Tide from Atka here is traded in for the Tome of Sorcery. Very good card. It also combos with the those Xiaoyu in the deck to make use of that out of war. So Atka could maybe play it and start getting enlightenment counters to possibly draw every 3 turns.
Does seem like it would be a powerful maneuver for him. I haven't quite gotten a count of what the influence looks like, but Noel has a lot of cards in his hand for the amount of reservables he also has on the field. Meanwhile, Atka not quite as built up as you would expect a level 3 Merlin, but that takes a little bit of time.
I
And now
don't
we're
see
seeing
any.
that spear coming out.
Yeah, and the Ghost of Pendragon to make use of it.
Yep. This is exactly what you were talking about, and also exactly what Atka wanted to see. This kind of situation is really how Merlin gets back into this game. Ghost of Pendragon, such a incredible tool for the resources that you're getting, and ooh, oh, this is so cool. So Noel using that dormant sacrificial altar to sacrifice a human and automaton ally in order to prevent Atka from taking advantage of that spear. Now Noel doesn't have the rested units for Atka to bring it to activate the spear out of the material deck. So the spear's going to go back into the material deck after this Ghost of Pendragon draws the cards. But Atka isn't going to be able to bring it out again afterwards for more value.
Actually, Atka brought back the Tome of Sorcery with the Ghost of Pendragon.
Ah, I see.
Probably a lot more floating memory in hand that he'll want to recycle on future turns. So bringing back that tome gets that extra value that way.
Seeing a Storm of Thorns come down here to prevent some of the damage coming into Noel.
It also removes the dilemma. I was starting to wonder, maybe do you want to clear those small allies of the board? But Noel did that with the sacrificial altar, so Atka doesn't have that problem to solve anymore. Just go face.
Yep. So with that damage prevention, we're now seeing Noel at 4 damage markers on his level 1 champion, while Atka is sitting with 5 damage markers on their level 3 champion. So another 23 points to go for Atka. Some some fiddling in order to make sure that the life counters are available for both of our players.
The other thing about this matchup is that both champions going to level 3 and being Warrior and Guardian have a lot more health than people are usually used to. You know, going to 28 to 30 is a lot more than most decks are used to doing nowadays. Everyone's staying at level 1.
Yeah, that's true. This is such a massive health pool that both of our players are going to have to get through on the opposing side.
And now we have the Majestic Spirit from Incarnate Majesty that is also very hard to deal with sometimes, especially as Water has very few tools to be able to deal with something like that.
Yeah, Noel's still sitting at level 1, so no access to those Neos tools yet. But a decent chunk of influence, looks like 5 cards now. Moving into his Recollection, probably going to be drawing a 6th card soon.
Finally going to level 2 now that we have Floating Memory.
And 6 or 7 cards in hand doesn't really tell the whole story, because with 4, looks like 5 reservables on board, that's a lot of extra influence or pseudo influence that he can spend in order to bring out extra cards if he wanted to play them.
Yeah, the way with all those reservables, a 6-card hand definitely goes a lot longer than you would expect.
Yeah, exactly.
I
We're seeing
also
another
don't think
Zhangjiao.
there's
This is what this looks like.
anything. Oh
Oh,
yeah, drawing more
beautiful.
cards. I don't see. There's nothing. Oh yes, there is Savage Attack, but we've seen 2 get milled already. But apart from the Savage Attack, I don't think there's any way for Null to make use of the +3 damage on Tonneris level 2. At least in the main deck.
Yeah, it seems like this is more of a stepping stone for Noel right now than a core piece of his strategy, right? Going to level
Yeah,
2 is necessary in order to go to level 3, and without an attack source, and it doesn't seem like that is a priority for Noel, but without that attack source, he's not really going to be able to get advantage of that ability.
you can always get Reciprocity out and
That
swing
is
with it.
true. That is something that you
You-
can do just out of the materials without requiring a materialization.
Though it is wasted here because of the Majestic Spirit on board, but it is a possibility in other games. But it's that same problem we mentioned the previous round, where Tonneris level 1, 2, and 3 don't really go together. If you're going for the main shenanigans, the level 2 really does nothing for you. It's more a tax on your game plan than anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's yet another direction that the Tenoris lineage is kind of pulled, right? You have level 1, which is a good defensive tool. You have level 2, which is a good offensive tool, and then level 3 is all about going wide, about spreading objects out on your board. Which version of level 3 does he have in his deck, actually?
It is Genesis Aegis, the one that makes obelisks.
Okay. Seeing some quick additional math here for Noel. I will never get tired of Grand Archive players tapping the mat in order to do math.
Making little piles.
Mm.
I don't see a way where the Majestic Spirit can be cleared here, so probably just looking at how much value is able to get. We see a second Foundry, so we get a new token. Maybe we'll even sacrifice them again to level up faster. Oh, we do get this 1, 2, 3, 7. Are we trying to clear the Majestic Spirit? Exalted Dervision Throne gives +1/+1 to every ally. 3, 4, 5, 9. Are we getting there? Oh, we can crack the power cell on the automat? No, that's not what we did. Another ally left in hand? Okay, we're just clearing everything else. We cleared the Ghost of Pendragon. That's also a reasonable plan.
Makes a lot of sense. It is a good use of the resources that he has at hand.
Yes. So now Noel is just praying that Atka currently does not have a Cruxide in hand, because that plan could backfire.
Oh, absolutely. Cruxite getting that ghost back would be quite the big boot in this matchup.
Of note, Noel is running Nullifying Lantern right now, so it could come out next turn.
It's like a reasonable choice. Water cards usually rely on having that extra water power. Looking through his deck list, it doesn't look like Akka relies very much on Deluge stuff. Oh, but it does turn off the Crux, which is the point that you were making.
Yes. And we see the Cruxite.
Such a strong card, Cruxite. The draw 2, one card from the deck and one Crux card from the graveyard, bringing back that Ghost of Pendragon, and
We're
of
seeing
course,
the sacrifice
immediately in
again.
response, sacrificing his units because he does not want to give Akka the opportunity to bring that spear back out for free.
It is a very sad mill, though. We see another Zhang Zhao go to the graveyard, so that's a draw 2 in the future that won't be seen. Bring back the spear anyway, because you want to keep the backup charger on board to draw one more card.
Makes sense. And getting a bit of damage through here onto Noel. But of course, Noel, as Guardian, does have a massive health total, so this is still not exactly a drop in the bucket, but by no means anywhere close to closing out the game.
Are we seeing another Storm of Thorns? Probably to mitigate just a little bit of that damage. And mostly to get that floating memory in the graveyard, just make leveling to 3 next turn a little bit easier.
Does seem like a reasonable choice here. Noel thinking about it. Some kind of response, it seems, is coming out. Looking at a deck list, what else could we be seeing? There could be a Song of Frost just to mitigate the 4 damage. But no, as you said, it was a Storm of Thorns. And getting that floating memory into the graveyard, probably the more important aspect of this. A little bit of value, a little bit of damage prevention, and then getting the floating memory to make going up to level 3 a little bit easier.
And then we play a Tide Diviner from Atka. We'll be
Quite a
looking
strong
at
card, given the level
8 cards.
7 now, so...
Let's see how many floating memory could get into there, we might see an Arendite next turn or something to try and do that one big final swing. Fortunately, camera angle not really allowing me to see how much flooding got
Right.
discarded from that.
Aka also running some stratagems of Myriad Eyes, so potentially turning each of those floats into 3 damage directly to Noel's face.
Yes, but not while Storm of Thorn is active.
For sure, yeah, not this turn. So getting a new automaton onto the field using the power of reciprocity. Looks like 3 cards in his memory, 1 card in hand at the moment. 2 of those
The
banished down to a mere 2 influence in order to get
That
up to
is a
level 3.
smash with Obelisk, which is very fun with the Door Engine Foundry, because even though it's normally activated with the reduction from its ability for only 2, it's still an 8 cost card, so that lets Smash swing for a big 11.
Yes, that is a huge obelisk to smash with. Um, Noel still has a lot of work to do on that front. He's got to get through the Incarnate Majesty, which is no joke. 10, 12 health? I think it's 10 health, right?
It is 10.
10 health to go through before he can start dealing more damage to Atka. And then even then, Atka is still sitting pretty at only 5 damage marked. So Atka probably feeling pretty comfortable in terms of keeping this game going for a little bit longer. And the damage is starting to stack up for Noel. Even with the Storm of Thorns, he's still taking a little bit here and there. And it might not be too many more turns before Atka has that one big punch that Merlin is famous for. Ooh, the Atmos armor coming down.
So we'll be able to turn a couple of those swings into the shields. It is a water deck, so there's no way of recycling it. Some people are trying out Wind Tonoris Neos and just suppressing the Ares every turn to keep making more shields.
Yeah, those shield tokens, very annoying to deal with if you're trying to get damage through. In the meantime, it looks like Noel is clearing up that Ghost of Pendragon one more time.
Yeah, thanks to the Exalted Throne, all those allies are hitting the right breakpoints. We currently have 4 power on the Ares, which um even half with the Majestic Spirit still doing 2 damage to the Pendragon.
Now a drone with a buff token coming out, so 3/3.
Also using the even though the buff counters are represented, using the classic convention of using the old ALC drone tokens for the ones with a buff counter on them, and the new MRC drone tokens for the one without. It's funny how every single Neos player has done that. Oh no, we cleared the
Actually getting
Incarn.
through the Majestic Spirit. Wow, so much damage represented on board. It doesn't even look like that much, but you have to remember that with the throne on board, like you were saying, everything on the board has an extra +1/+1. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Merlin is actually not that great at clearing a wide board. Um, some people sometimes have tried siding in the title sweep, as unfortunately not great as that card is.
Mhm.
But yeah, currently looking at his deck list, not much that could deal with all those allies.
Yeah, in general, there's not really a lot of good ways to deal with wide boards like that. You find people with Lorraine using stuff like Flame Sweep. Flame Sweep is sort of the poster child. People who are running Arasana, of course, have access to Polaris. But outside of those 2 cards, it's really, really difficult to find something that's going to deal a lot of damage to multiple units at once.
The better plan for Atka right now might be to just hope for a stratagem of Myriad Ice for lethal damage in that phase.
Yeah, it sure looks like Atka at this point kind of needs to get rid of Noel before Noel builds up their board any longer. This is starting to look pretty overwhelming, even with Atka's previous well-defended position.
This deck is very focused on the value. It issues the other big, more combo kill lines that other Watermelons have tried in the past. Some people were trying Imperial Steel Fireballs in Watermelon. Some people, including Noel previously, have played the Spirit Blade line with the Eventide Spear, where you just wake up your champion multiple times.
And then
And
with
we do see
the
strategems
crest in
here.
order to draw extra cards.
Yes, and I've seen uh Sir Quillantard that was at National that has a Water More Allies Merlin that plays Hallowed Scout to
Well,
try and value that big board. But here we have stratagem for the Gill line.
it looks like that is 7 floating memory out of the graveyard. So
7?
21 damage pointed at Noel's face.
Yes, there's 2 points of reduction from the shield that was still awake.
19 damage here, still going to a total of 31, which does not seem survivable, even for Noel's massive health pool.
There is the Spring
There's the
Spirit being released
Serene
here.
Spirit! Wow. Yep.
So we go to 25. We could get the Eventide Spear out, swing with the Dungeon Guide and the Spear to kill the Shieldmate, and seems we're just playing the slow game, saying we'll find more damage in the next turn.
Well, there is already a lot of damage represented on board, and who knows what other tricks Noel is going to pull out in order to make his board even scarier.
We do get the Spear out.
Mhm.
So currently, Merlin is on the off turn, so only swinging for 1. I don't see any other attacks in the deck.
Doesn't look like Atka has enough cards to bring out another ghost.
I think I see 3 in hand,
Is it
right?
3?
No, is that
Okay.
2? I think it's 3.
I think you're right. I think it is 3. Yeah, you're right.
So a ghost would be just enough, but if that was it, it probably would be played, right? I don't think there's.
Presumably, yeah.
If you have a ghost in hand, there's no need to wonder as much. So we're keeping just defensive up.
Pick them up.
The other thing is
Could
that
this be a Coriolis word on defense, or what do you think
it,
he's holding on to here?
it could be a lot of things. It could be Coriolis, and Atka is also running a full 4 Coriolis and 4 Harmonious Mantra. So very, very hard to kill this Merlin. Maybe even more than the Tanaris.
Yeah, Harmonious Mantra here at level 8 for Atka would be a pretty big heal.
How much damage do we have on Tonaris? Because there's always the Archon Broadsword that is the preferred line for the big one-shot kill. But there's more domains on board right now than tokens, so I don't think it swings for that much. We do see the Nullifying Lantern come out to prevent some future Kruxite shenanigans.
Yeah, looking at this board, how many of these are tokens? 6, I believe, are tokens? 7 with the
4, 5, 6, 7 with the
power?
power cell, yes.
Yeah, the power cell. But even without that, we're looking at what? 1, 2, 3, 4, another 4 damage from the Atmos Ares. So 8, 9, 10 represented from the allies on board. And if he has a smash with Obelisk, that's a pretty big hit. Here we have another automaton drone coming down.
Yeah, no deciding, as we just said, that there's probably a lot of defensive options in Naka's hand, so it's probably better to fight for the board, kill the Dungeon Guide and the Ghost of Pendragon, and just build that overwhelming presence that will be able to go even through those wards and healing mantra.
Yeah. I think I think you're right. I think with the healing options, the defensive options that Aka's representing, Noel's deciding that he can't really punch through, and instead leaving himself as well defended as he can, given where his health total is at, and hoping to build up something bigger for next turn.
And because also, even without the Serene Spirit that is now really preventing any water cards from being activated, Noel's deck has no negate. So that 3 cards in hand from Atka was unanswered.
So Atka bringing out this Alcahest, setting himself up to potentially deal with some of the items that Noel has been using here.
Might be dealing with the lantern to bring back the Ghost of Pendragon, maybe.
Sure.
What's the... I don't actually know the exact pipeline on the Atmos shields. Are they targetable by Alkahest?
Seems like they are allies rather than items, so Alcahest
Yeah,
not going to do anything there.
alright.
But the ghosts are coming out to play, so the Alcahest getting rid of that lantern exactly as you said, and allowing the spear to really do everything that he wants to do with it. A lot of free materializes powering up those ghosts, giving Atka some extra cards, some extra options here. Not quite able to punch through, so instead working on clearing the board a little bit, knocking out one of those Atmos shields.
Ooh, Paladin.
And a Frostborn Paladin coming out for Akka. This
So
is
that will be able to clear another shield.
true. This is quite the impressive board state right now. The shields, of course, being activated as a defensive tool, preventing the next 2 non-combat damage that target Neos element unit would take, presumably pointing those at his champion, but that looks like it's
And then the
not
sudden
enough.
steal coming in to finish the game.
Unfortunately, that would not be non-combat damage.
Still pretty tight game. Both players were fighting for the advantage all game long. And also very different game pace than we've seen round one with all those aggro decks. This game going to very advanced turns. Let's look at the sideboards. Is there anything relevant here? I think players might be looking to switch out the Art of War because it's actually, I'm not sure. Merlin might keep it because there's a lot of sudden token generation from the Tanaris deck, so it could be valuable to keep it in, and it combos well with Zayu. I'm not sure if Noel will keep the Art of War though, or if the Quicksilver Grail and the sideboard is more interesting. Maybe hide
The
that.
Quicksilver Grail definitely seems like an interesting choice. You can use that to protect the Nullifying Lantern, since the Nullifying Lantern is potentially one of his more powerful tools against the some
Or
of the
maybe
higher
just a
level cooks.
safeguard amulet. As we've seen, Stratagem seems to be the main win con in this matchup for Merlin. So maybe protecting Safeguard Amulet is the right choice.
Sure. Yeah, Safeguard Amulet very good against that massive stratagem.
There's Provoke Obstinance, the Neo spells that can give Spell Shroud and prevent some damage. That would also be a good sideboard deck for now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the matchup is slow enough that Academy Guide is also probably worth running. There's a full
Yeah, it
4
doesn't
fighting in
seem
the
like
sideboard.
Akka. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Akka really has a lot of early ways to clear the board unless he happens to run into a
An early
Frostborn
Paladin.
Paladin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Meanwhile, for Matka, what do we have? The
so
extra
Terrafring
stratagem
seems like
probably
an
comes
obvious
in.
choice.
Yeah. I don't think Nascent Blast is worth it. That's mostly for early aggro. I don't think Nascent Blast can just keep up with the token generation.
Yeah, if it's
Um,
multiple tokens a turn, then Nascent Blast is gonna have a hard time dealing with that for sure.
I feel like Water Barrier could be worth it, because as we've said, one of the main win cons for Tenoris might be a very big swing from the Archon Broadsword or Smash with Obelisk. So maybe that Water Barrier will be a good addition from the sideboard.
Makes a lot of sense. We might also see the sudden steals and stratagems of Myriad Ice come in from the board just to give Atka a few more win conditions.
What do you think about those flash freeze, the negate that scales with your level? I think the matchup is slow enough to run them.
Yeah, I mean, by the time there were cards that seemed important to negate for Atka, his level was probably high enough that it would be just a hard negate at that point.
Well, Tanaka does have access to a lot of resource. NL had what 8 domains in the previous game, so that can still pay
It's
for a
kind of an
pretty big
absurd
flash
amount of
freeze.
domains.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I think they're put in. The big question is what do you remove, right? Do you
Always.
do you gamble away your Crux Sight? I think it might be worth to remove them because you know the lantern is there, you know you have no way of dealing with it. And if you make Noel waste to materialize on Nullifying Lantern while you removed your Crux Sight, it feels pretty good.
I don't know. I think the Crux Sites were actually really effective for Akka. Like I think that's a big part of why Akka ended up being able to close the game in the way he did, getting his ghosts back from the graveyard. So if anything, I think Akka is going to be looking for more ways to ensure that the Crux Site goes through rather than
They they
sideboarding them out.
they were here, but Noel did use, I won't say waste, but use a Fracturize very early on a Paracel. I think it was a Paracel. And um maybe it would change here. Maybe the Fracturize would go at the lantern here.
Oh, that would be pretty strong. Yeah. Yeah, Atka eventually fracturized something, the Wayfinder's
Oh
map
yeah, that was
early
it.
on.
Yes.
But Noel, I don't think Noel resolved Fracturize. Um, I know Atka sent a second Fracturize to the yard with a Retold Fortune at some point. But anyway, we are moving into this next match. We have yet another starting Dormant Sacrificial Altar on Noel's side, and Atka going through their glimpses and making some decisions. These first few turns generally not particularly crucial, right? This is a lot of setup on both sides. Neither player really trying to make their presence felt yet. They're just trying to keep their influence high as they move up the chain, level 1, level 2, level 3.
Yeah, it's a very value oriented matchup. The question is basically how greedy can you be? How much tempo can you lose to get as much value in the later turns? And they're both decks that are very good at it. Merlin especially is a deck that just loves to skip turn one and just play a float or something.
Mm.
Or go backup charger. Also always a very good turn to materialize in those slow matchups.
Yep, dueling backup chargers here. Love that promo backup charger.
And then just passing again.
Yeah, yeah, looks like Atkas doesn't have a lot to do with their turns this early on, maybe a more defensive oriented hand. Noel, though, using his Fracturize here, turning that Power Cell into a reservable and going to level 1 off of the Floating Memory.
Let's see what comes out. Probably finding more domains. We're not at 3 domains, so those foundries can come out for their minimum cost of 2.
Yeah, some Foundries, as you said, seems like they'd be a pretty powerful play here. Already running, I believe is that not the Eternal Kingdom in the center? It's
That
a
is
little
the
hard for me
Eternal
to tell from
Kingdom,
the
I
art.
think.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
Or-
Hub of Innovation. Yet another card in this deck. Just another neutral domain play.
And that is the Foundry. So we are getting the 2/2 automaton run and
Coming
starting to
in,
push.
dealing a quick 2 to Atka. Atka now doing the exact same thing that Noel did, following in his footsteps, playing a Fracturize in order to turn that power cell into something a little bit more useful, and getting the floating memory in order to go to level 1.
And then Retold Fortune, discarding a Fast Cure that's not too useful because there's not a lot of damage being pushed through. Being able to just discard it is exactly what you want. Getting an eventual 2 floating memory from that card. Retold Fortune, such a good card.
I'm not seeing the Dungeon Guide follow up this turn.
No, it is the Zhao Yu. Finally getting Art of War here.
Yep, Art of War, probably a tool here just to get to level 2 faster. So maybe saving that Dungeon Guide in order to go to level 3 on a future turn.
Maybe. Using it to level up means you're not getting the Zhao Yu Enlighten counter trigger.
True.
But that Zayu is probably getting cleared. With few allies like Null has, I can't imagine that there will be no try at clearing the Zayu instead of letting it that crew value.
Noel getting his Wayfinder's map again, now that the Fracturizes have been burned. So might stay out a little bit longer this time. Of course, one reserve to play a card neutral Sacrificial Dormant Altar is just an incredible play here. Dissonant Fractal, but better.
Wayfinder map, an amazing card in pretty much this deck and no other.
Yeah. Putting a lot of cards down given the number of reservables that he has, because he is setting up to exactly get that glimpse off of Zhang Zhao. So going to 4 cards in his memory. The altar having already put 1 card in his memory, so no way to get the draw. But with 4 cards down, he does get that glimpse 4.
So Atka trying to fracturize the Wayfinder's map in response, and Noel deciding that drawing a card is more valuable than having an extra fractal on board. So probably not that great of a hand if Noel decided to play Zhang Zhao for the glimpse. Means trying to find for something.
Yeah,
Probably the Eternal Kingdom here, I think, is what Noel would be digging here.
yeah. This is Noel saying that 2 cards are not enough. I would rather look at more cards and not put them in my hand. Keeping 2 cards on top though. So I guess he found what he was looking for.
Maybe those 2 cards are just
Uh-huh.
float
Nope.
or not.
Changed his mind again. 1 and 1. So 1 card on top, 3 cards on the bottom from that glimpse 4.
It could be interesting to only give float on top because you now have the ability again to sacrifice that Zhang Zhao and that drone to the sacrificial altar.
Xiao Yu, of course, immediately goes down here,
Yeah.
as
So
expected.
obviously the Zhang Zhao would have been unable to swing at it because of the Art of War, but the Exalted Dormation Throne making it so the drone by itself can clear the Zhao Yu. So we level up from float. We do keep the Art of War on board.
That sounds to me like Akka is thinking about the ways that Noel got damaged through in the previous game and wants to give his board a better chance of surviving.
And more than to face, Art of War is great at protecting the Majestic Spirit.
Exactly. Finds a floating memory to eat, getting the first level counter, and then DG up to Merlin level 3. the dungeon guide, creating a free materialize off of the ability. Well, cheaper materialize off of that ability.
And then
Unlocking the powerful Crux tools.
yeah, Ghost of Pendragon brings back the Art of War. Also a great combo, a bit like Ghost of Pendragon used to do in returning the Tide Proclamation to the material deck to unlock the draw 2 from its own ability. Now the Ghost of Pendragon is returning back the Art of War to allow itself to attack.
And between that dungeon guide and the ghosts, clearing out the drone, and then getting Ekka's first damage on the board. So 1 damage counter marked on Noel's champion.
We see the Nullifying Lantern come out again, so probably Noel will be trying to clear that Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, we're finally out of that setup phase, right? We're going into the higher levels for the champions. Akka's already at level 3. Noel is at level 1, looking to go to level 2 in the near future. So out comes the sort of bigger hits now. We're sort of seeing Noel take advantage of all of his domains, getting that automaton drone on the board. We're seeing Akka starting to play the Crux cards. So moving into sort of the middle part of the game, exchanging the big hits.
3 very high power play in a row from Noel. First, we see the Eternal Kingdom, so all those domains finally getting reservable. Then we see the Fracturize on the Flying Lantern, so those Crux sites are shut off forever. And then we use that Fracturize for the ability of Frostborn Paladin. And so we do have 4 power on board to clear that Ghost of Pendragon.
Getting into a navigate the streets here, just a massive glimpse with all those domains on the board. So he can really pick and choose whatever he wants his next couple of draws to be.
That is a glimpse 9, which is about as much as Merlins usually do with Sky Disguise.
Definitely a lot of decisions to be made with a glimpse this big. Noel taking his time here. So at this point, what do you think Noel is digging for? Is he looking for that smash with Obelisk? Is he looking to get some more drones on the board? What is his plan at this point?
I think, well, Smash with Obelisk is still a lot of turns away because Niall's still level 1. I think Zheng Zhao is probably one of the big thing you're looking for. You want to keep drawing more cards. Niall will probably spend the next 2 turns just leveling up. Apart from that, you're probably setting up a couple of turns in advance. I wouldn't be surprised if Noah left a Smash with Obelisk a couple of cards down. Is there anything else you really need? Not in particular, right?
No, I mean
Storm Thorns?
with
Honestly, Storm of Thorns would be pretty good, I think.
Storm of Thorns
You
does seem like it would be pretty good here.
keep your board up through the attempts of Atka clearing your board. You make float in your graveyard to help level up. I think I would place at least one Storm of Thorns at the top.
We see Noel taking advantage of that throne and his buffed pool of allies on the board in order to clear everything on Atka's side.
So cycling that float with the Tome of Sorcery from Atka. So that's always in the kind of deck that runs Stratagem of Mirror Dice. It's always a big question of, do you use that float to get some value immediately? Would you keep it in the graveyard to hope and get that one big kill turn in the future?
We're also seeing Noel once again sacrificing 2 allies to that dormant sacrificial altar, milling a float in this case, so a pretty good mill. But it also looks like this is sort of preemptive, trying to prevent Atka from getting the free activation of that spear.
Indeed. And Atka just cycling a lot of floats in the graveyard during his Recollect. Ooh,
Yeah,
Empire
Atka
1.
definitely having built up a pretty big hand at this point. Noel, of course, with all of the reservables, can play any card he wants out of his much smaller hand. Um,
So we see the Ghost of Pendragon come out, and then the Incarnate Majesty helped with the Tome of Sorcery that was materialized and then rested for the Empower one.
yep. And once again, it looks like Atka's in a very, very solid position here. Has complete control of the board. Has a good defensive position with that Incarnate Majesty. And counting up some of the float, looks like they had 3 floating memory still.
Yeah, two were just milled from the Dormant Sacrificial Altar because that Glimpse Line setup lets Noel just put a lot of float on top to mill.
Yeah, yeah. He ended up putting, I think, 6 or 7 of those cards back on top of his deck. So definitely able to predict accurately what his next couple of turns are going to look like.
We do see another Zhang Zhao. Probably was also set up at the top. I also want to point out how last turn, even though Atka cleared the board and felt it was the good play, it must have felt really bad to have to send 7 damage at the Paladin because of the Exalted Dormition Throne.
Yeah, absolutely.
Second Zhang Zhao, losing the
Se-
first one to the unique rule.
Yep. And with all of those reservables, you can do it. Wow, what a powerful toolbox, you know? It's not every deck that can play 2 Zheng Zhaos in one turn and draw off of both of them. And immediately sacrificing for the mill again.
Yeah, another float and the Song of Frost that probably wouldn't have been too useful anyway. And the third Zhang Zhao.
Yeah, I think this is what stacking your deck with Navigate the Streets does for you. It lets you perfectly set up that, like, okay, I'm gonna mill these 2, then draw these 3, then mill these 2. Excellent, excellent.
Another Foundry. So
Back
one,
to
two,
1 human, 1
four,
automaton on the board.
9. And then we clear the Incarnate Majesty, well, the Majestic Spirit.
Phew, so much damage coming out of that Exalted Throne. It's I'm once again struck, like, it looks so innocuous, but no, every ally there has extra power.
Yeah, it gives a lot of value to your board. And
Mhm.
like last turn with the Paladin, it makes your all the enemy trades just so obnoxious because Grand Archive's ally combat mat is all about those breakpoints, and that throne changes everything. We see another sacrifice to the altar, this time not hitting any float.
Yeah, Noel deciding that he's not particularly interested in keeping that board presence. Far more interested in using those allies to get more fuel into the graveyard. A very water kind of strategy. Level 2 Tenoris attacking with that Dormigia. Or Reciprocity, rather.
That's the kind of turn that probably makes Atka think that he should have kept that Art of War on board.
Yeah, absolutely. Art of War would have changed this turn completely.
And then we finish the turn with a Stalwart Shieldmate. A 1/3 now, thanks to the
A
throne.
1/3 Stalwart Shieldmate. Oh, oh.
Almost makes you wish to attack with it just to say you did.
Well, it's a good thing Exalted Dormigian Throne is unique, because these boards would get wildly out of hand otherwise.
Oh yeah. Let's see how Atka will try and deal with this here. It's a lot of cards in hand. There's has to be an answer hiding in there somewhere. Just needs to find the right one.
I mean, for all of Noel's abilities so far, uh, just the massive flood of tokens and other small allies to clear the board, and the stalwart shield made in order to keep himself a little bit defended here. He's still wide open to spell damage, right? So if Atka can build up his graveyard, if Atka can get that stratagem going, the way is pretty clear. But unfortunately, seems like he's quite a ways away from getting that kind of damage. Only 2 float left in his yard.
We have not seen a single Tide Diviner yet, so there's still a lot of ability in the deck to put all that floating in the graveyard.
That is true. At level 6 right now, a Tide Diviner would see 7 cards and put as many of them as Tide Diviner will take one of those cards, bring them to your hand. The rest go to the graveyard. So potentially room for a lot of float off of a single Tide Diviner. Noel moving to level 3. Here we go. Only
Again,
one
talking
float
about
from that shield mate.
about all those breakpoints that the Dimension Throne enables. It lets Frostborn Paladin kill a Frostborn Paladin. That's huge.
Frostborn Paladins should never be 4 or 5. That's very cursed.
We do see the Provoke Obstinance that was banished here for the level up, proving that Null did put them in from the sideboard. And then we start with the obelisk that makes the 2/2 drone tokens.
Here they go. So once again, Noel clearing Atka's board, despite all of the damage that Noel has managed to shuffle through this board piecemeal. Atka's still at a mere 2 damage marked on their champion.
Yeah,
Just
but I think the
that
damage will
much.
start to stack up a lot this turn.
Yeah, here it goes, right? Finally clearing the board. Now, no need to spend the extra power on dealing with ghosts or dealing with dungeon guides that are left over. Now the damage can start going through.
Ooh, second Atmos Armor type Ares. They are unique, so the first one will die to the unique rule, like the Zhangjiao earlier, but does make 2 more shields, means it swings for 2 more by itself. And 4 Atmos Shield on defense is a lot of protection.
That is a 6/6 Atmos armor.
And the
Another 3
shield can all
damage going
swing by
into the
themselves
throne.
because of the Dimension Throne. They can all
Yep,
come in for 1 damage.
each of those shields do in fact have 1 attack. Keep generating drones here. This is huge.
Yeah, those foundries, you pay 2 for them, but they're reservable, so they pay 1 back, and they give you a 3/3 because of the throne.
Wow, managed to clear a big ally from Atka's side, and then push through another 16 damage. Sorry, 15 damage. What an incredible turn.
Yeah, pretty good.
And Noel looking unassailable from this standpoint, right?
Oh, and
With
he
4 of
smashed
those
with
shields up.
Obelisk to finish the turn for that 11 we mentioned earlier.
This is going to be exactly lethal, right? Bringing
Yes,
Atka up to 28 damage.
is there any answer to that? Flash Freeze did come in.
Here we
So
go.
that negates unless Noel pays 6, which will not be the case. Already paid a lot this turn.
Yeah, the tail end of his turn at this point. A lot of resources already gone into paying for the cards. So nothing left over to account for the flash freeze.
So does decide to swing with the Atmos Shield instead of keeping them up for the prevent 2 damage each. Not scared of a stratagem right now, it seems.
Understandably so, right? Adco with
You do
only
have
2
29
graveyards.
more life to go through.
Mhm. Oh, the the base damage on Smash with Obelisk is 6, so,
Oh yeah, right. It's the other swing, the one that banishes an attack from your graveyard that is base 3. My
yeah.
bad. So Atka getting out the Tariff Ring. Noel can pay for it, but still a big drain on
Definitely a
your
big drain
resources.
on Noel's resources, but Noel has the resources to power through a Tariff Ring at this point. You know, Atka's gonna need to find a way to prevent a lot more damage, right? Just taxing Noel isn't gonna be enough.
That Majestic Spirit helps a little. It will be able to clear some things. We do also have the Spear on board that can swing for 3 because Merlin is on the good turn.
So they could potentially knock out the Atmos armor. That's probably the most threatening individual card on this
I
board.
would agree. Either that, or I guess it's the same clearing 2 drones.
That is, it's
Yeah,
3 damage. It's
that
6
that
damage
is
total in
the
either
play
case.
that is going. Oh, not swinging with the spear. Interesting.
Okay, so just clearing 1 drone with the Majestic Spirit. The Majestic Spirit now providing another 10 health buffer that Noel will probably have a rough time getting through.
Possibly
Looks
more.
like a
Coreless Ward does not only target your face. You could protect your Majestic Spirit with it.
true. We are seeing a Quicksilver Grail from Noel, and almost assuredly the Safeguard underneath it. This is a very, very common play this season.
So choosing the Obelisk for the turn, choosing the Obelisk of Protection also helps a lot in everything combat mat related. Getting through even that Paladin, if you need to do 7 to it, is very rough. So there's
So,
definitely enough damage on board to clear the Majestic Spirit for now. Just needs to see how
well,
we're
also
going
needs
at
to
it.
get through the tariff, right? So has to be able to pay for all of the attacks that he needs to in order to get
I
through everything that's
I
on Atka's
don't think
board.
that'll be a problem.
I mean, he has a lot of resources available for sure. But if you start paying for each of your allies, those resources dry up pretty quickly.
That's the first attack coming in for 6.
Thinking about which of his reservables to rest here.
Keep that card in hand, it seems. Oh no, casting another paladin. Interesting.
Not seeing an on enter from the paladin. I'm not sure if he has any
Yet
float to banish.
I don't think there's any floats in the graveyard right now.
Looks like Quicksilver Grail's been activated.
Yeah,
Not sure exactly
so
what's happening here.
that paladin, that Quicksilver Grail was probably not on Safeguard Amulet. What else is in there? Oh, it is the broadsword. So broadsword would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 right now. I think 8 tokens. So that's coming in for 9 damage, and then we have. No, it's base 2. So 10 Blade of Creation is 4 damage base, right? So that is a cleave coming in at the board for 14 damage.
Wow, that is a massive hit.
Let's see what
That'll be
answer
enough to
Daska
kill
has to
here.
that. It is exactly Tolonatka right now because of the damage reduction from Majestic Spirit. But we see a Coriolis Ward. Um, where is that target? That Coreless Ward actually. Why taking 6 damage?
6 damage. 6 is an interesting number here.
Wasn't the
Yeah.
attack for 14?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tokens.
Yeah, so 10 sword plus 4 blade of creation. I think the attack was for 14.
But Atka leaving Atka at 27, Noel passes the turn. And that is time. So I believe that means Atka is on turn 0. No, Atka's cleaning up. Yep.
Yep, they are cleaning up. Maybe they redid the map and realized that was lethal, or I guess there
I
was
suspect
enough
more
just
along the lines
playing
of
at.
Akka.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
I
enough
think
on
Akka's
the.
conceding here. Whether the math is
Yeah,
right or wrong, I think Akka can see the writing on the wall.
yeah, there's enough on the board,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously already in time. There's no time to do a game 3.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With time already over, yeah, not enough time to do a game 3.
Always nice to
Wow.
see those slower matchups where people just build value and just try and leverage it as best as they can in the
Mhm.
late game instead
Yeah,
of those quick lines.
absolutely. Personally, I am definitely a fan of these value-oriented decks. Unfortunately, you run into this position where two value-oriented decks run up against each other and not quite enough time in the round in order to really go the distance for all 3 games, which is really unfortunate, to be honest.
Yeah, always curious to see how a game 3 would have gone
Absolutely.
if we had a couple more hours.
Right? I do love seeing these decks in action, though. Like, it's really, really cool to see what they finally bring together once
Mhm,
they've leveraged all of their resources. You know, seeing all of those reservables on the field, uh, seeing, you know, the incredible power of Stratagem of Myriad Ice with 7, 8 float in the Merlin's graveyard. Like, it's just really cool to see the kind of the heights that you can get to with some of these Grand Archive decks.
mhm, mhm. And yeah, we did see both the big win con available from both decks, the Stratagem game 1 from Merlin, and here the big Blade of Creation Arca Run Broadsword combo for the huge sleeve that
Yeah,
Neos Stellaris loves to do.
it's very cool.
The one thing we didn't get to see is, I know it was in the deck, it's the Alchemical Scripture from Neos. It's the premium card draw engine in the material deck that says if you have, I think it's 8 objects on board, you draw at your end step.
It does seem like an
So
incredible engine, but he was never
any
lacking for cards anywhere
any
in that game,
regalia
I
that
think.
says draw every turn can be
Right?
insanely strong. This one is a bit too slow overall for the meta. It's a bit similar to the Incandescent Reliquary that Guoja is playing, that has a restriction on it too, that you need to have less influence than your opponent, but still some very powerful cards.
Yeah, yeah. I actually really like this trend of getting extremely powerful cards in the advanced elements, right? Especially the advanced element regalia. They always seem like they can really turn the corner for you, right? Because you always go into kind of a hole trying to get yourself up to level 3, but it's nice to see those payoffs come out almost immediately and
Mhm.
help you dig yourself out.
I'm also sad that we didn't get to see any Academy guides from Noel. I'm not sure if they were left in the sideboard or not, but it's also one of my favorite cards. Just any kind of big value engine is so fun to play with.
Yeah, I suspect that Noel was either concerned about the Frostborn Paladins from Akka
Mhm.
or just couldn't find the room. Like, what do you take out in that matchup, right?
Yeah, maybe.
What do you remove from your deck in order to bring in those other cards? But yeah, it's a bit of a shame that we didn't get to see those Academy guides. That would have been very cool to see. Also, I love an Academy guide hiding behind Tenoris level 1,
Mhm, mhm. Feels so good.
right?
So, what other types of deck can we see today? What else has change a lot with MRC Alter that we could be seeing. So well, we mentioned the Windless Lookout for Tristan.
Mhm.
It's not a big change in how the deck plays out. It's just another ally that gives prep counters. It's good. It will
Yeah,
be
it's
played. Doesn't change how the deck functions.
yeah, it's just another value tool feeding into its already solid strategy.
Other than that,
Personally, I'm not sure what else MRC Alter really enables. Um, we did I guess the other big thing that was sort of advertised in advance of MRC Alter was the new slime, right? So the same
yeah,
way
sure.
that
We haven't seen
Windbless
a slime
Lookout
deck
fills a
yet.
hole in the Shadow Strike deck, the baby Silver Slime fills a hole in the Sylvie Slime Sovereign deck.
There's a lot of new tools for various versions of Arisanas. There's Tenderland and there's Decompose that are very funny. Although I've seen more people theory crafting Decompose with various Neos builds. Maybe you run Decompose on, well, Atmos Ares that we just saw to make 5 sword tokens with the other level 3.
Yes.
That's some builds I've heard around, not necessarily good. Um, there's the new Umbra Bullet that could mean the return of the classic Fire Umbra Diana.
Yeah,
So there's
one of the things that I saw in MRCA that I don't think is very good, but I'm excited to potentially see in use anyway, is the reservable in Umbra.
the
I love
reservable.
the potential for kind of a low strategy, a low influence aggressive strategy out
Mhm.
of level 3 Diana.
I'm one card that it's not good, but I love in MRC Alter is the new negate in water that negates a card that's been activated out of material deck. I want to see it played on stream to great effect because it's such an amazing card. It doesn't currently fit in the meta, but it's so good.
Yeah, if you look at the list of things that it affects, all of them are fairly niche, but
Mhm.
really impactful when they hit.
Like hitting a Vanitas level 3 with it feels amazing. It
Yeah.
might see Fringe play in like maybe Water Allies wants a counter to Polaris. Is
Sure.
probably one of the more impactful plays. But at the same time, a Polaris that comes in rested from a material deck activation in main phase is already vulnerable to Fracturize. And if they get it in materialization phase, then it's not vulnerable to Regal Expulsion either. So I don't think it's good enough to play for that situation. But looking
Yes.
at possible use cases, what else is activated from material deck? Well, there's Reciprocity that we just saw.
Yeah, we just saw reciprocity. Um,
But I don't think it's worth the card to negate that. Unless the opponent is banking really hard, not on the token generation effect of the card, but on the upkeep denying effect of the ability. Maybe they're
sure.
running, maybe we'll see a meme Dawn of Ashes, Keep of the Golden Ashes, stacks kind of piece with
Mhm.
reciprocity. And I guess it could be worth to run Regal Impulsion against that, but I don't think we're seeing that today. I want to, but I don't think we're seeing that today.
Yeah. From the previous match, we also saw Eventide Spear, which does get
Mhm.
hit by
Yeah.
that same spell. But it's again these like very niche decks that are heavily affected by these strategies, and it's are you willing to slot that into your deck or even into your sideboard for the possibility of facing these 1 in a million decks?
Mhm, mhm. We have the matchup for the next round. Once again, two decks running the same element but in different ways. We will have a Wind Arisana on Serene Spirit, classic level 3 Cosmic Bolt game plan, against a Tristan. So
So
both again two slow decks. They have some faster lines if they get really lucky, but it's all about getting to the late game, getting what your deck wants to do, which is accumulating resource in one way or another, either cosmic bolts or prep counters, and then going for that big source of damage.
absolutely, and so we're finally getting to decks that I'm a little bit more familiar with. Might be able to contribute a little bit more to this cast.
Which is your favorite, Tristan or Aristana?
So I love Astra.
Hmm.
I don't know that it's the best deck, but it's definitely the deck that I love the most.
Hmm.
Just because the control tools and the combo finish just really speak to me and the type of game that I want to be able to play. But of course, Shadow Strike Tristan is, another one of those big bads, right? Another one of the boogeymen
Yeah.
of not only the current format but of like several previous formats, right? So Shadow Strike Tristan is also just a really I personally think that Shadow Strike Tristan is fun to watch. It is slow gameplay, but it builds up into something massive, and I think that's really cool to see.
So looking at that already started board state, it seems that I think Breya and Arizona started. We see a fertile ground on the board. Tristan coming out with the black market broker, already getting those prep counters started and pushing some damage.
Hmm. This is pretty much exactly what Tristan wants to be doing. A little bit of chip damage early on, getting that prep counter chain started as soon as possible, and building up a presence.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the deck list, there's not a lot of new cards. Arsena is running Tenderland, the new gather spell, and not running the Moonville Android, the very funny card that is better in Negate Arisana than the Cosmic Bolt build.
Of course.
From Tristan, again, there's the Windless Lookout to give more prep counter, and nothing much else apart from that. There is some slice and dice in the main board. Obviously, very few decks nowadays just issue that and go for only the Shadow Strike build. It's much better to have that early win con against some of those more aggro decks that don't level up.
Yeah, Tomocho actually has a bit of a spicy list here. So we're seeing a one of Zhang Jiao. We're seeing a one of Cry for Help as a defensive tool in presumably the Mirror or against Philo. We're seeing a one of Diablerie as just a very spicy, like maybe it hits, and if it doesn't, that's fine. It's only one. A really interesting approach to the deck building here.
Yeah, I'm curious what the preferred mode is on that Zhang Zhao. Is it there to recover? Is it there for the discard mode once you hit 8 cards in your memory? Tristan
I think
definitely
it's
the type of deck that can hit that 8
hmm.
mark.
Yeah, I suspect that it is somewhat difficult to hit that high level of influence and still keep yourself in a good position to move forward in the game.
Hmm.
So most likely it's there as a defensive tool against ally decks, for example. But definitely very powerful and works pretty well off of a suppress off of Vertigo Decree, for example.
Yeah, and ensnaring fumes too.
Hmm.
The preferred answer nowadays for assassin decks because it's so good against all the Shenjus.
Well, we are seeing a rested Polaris coming out of the materials for Rhea, and we are seeing a backup charger come out for Tomochao, moving into Tomochao's next turn here. All right, Windblessed Lookout doing exactly what Windblessed Lookout is supposed to do, namely produce a preparation counter.
Another thing about the Wind Arizona deck is that it has very few answers to an early slice and dice, right?
That's
It's
true.
very good at dealing with chip damage. You have 3 visits. You have the ability to make copies of your herbs and just recover one every turn. But a big before you hit level 3 and you get access to your negates, a big 15 damage is not really something that you can block quite easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Rhea in that position would have to rely on their healing in order to get through that situation. But not necessarily easy to have the right kind of healing given how luck based the herb healing is, and making sure that you have a fast cure at the right time or whatever is not easy to get through. I suspect Rhea's best defensive tool in this particular situation is just the quick level ups, going to level 3 as quick as possible and getting that extra health bump each time.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if she found a dungeon guide. Did get your first healing herb here from the Tenda land. And now we're going for an ingredient pouch instead of leveling up.
Trying to enable that fertile ground, I suspect. But also set herself up for a big Polaris.
Yeah. Of note, while looking at all the herbs, Rhea does not have Prima Materia in the main board. There's some in the sideboard, but there's no use to trying and find 4 different herbs in this game 1. So we see Beseech again. Yeah.
Okay. The beseech instead of materializing the hero directly, materializing the champion directly. Makes sense. Gives Rhea a little bit more control over the cards that they're going to lose.
Incapacitate the Beseech. Have to pay a full 4 because we're still on Spirit.
Very rough. That's the last thing you want to see as Rhea in this position. Getting to level 2 here would have represented not only the extra health, but also starting to get those card draws off of level 2, being able to sacrifice 2 orbs in order to get a card.
Mm-hmm.
So that really, really does slow down Rhea's progress by a lot. It's very good incapacitate for Tomochao.
We're still a prep counter short for Tomochao to get the full slice and dice line. You could slice and dice for 9, but there's no like Assassin's Ripper Dungeon Guide slice and dice line possible here. So we are leveling up.
Assassin's River, unfortunately, needing that class bonus, in addition to needing the extra prep counters in order to make it work.
And we lose Diablerie to that level up. Doesn't feel too bad.
I bet Rhea's breathing a sigh of relief here.
Well, you can never know how many your opponent is running. You know, maybe they're crazy and they're on 4 mainboard Diablerie.
That would be a definite choice.
Lorrea seems to want to pop that Polaris early and clear the board. Prevent some damage. Probably feeling a little scared of that damage push after having the Besiege being negated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, expecting to have that little bit of extra health and not getting it is a scary position to be in for sure. But we are seeing some of those herbs used here. We're seeing a little bit of healing and I believe that was a 4-point Polaris.
That was a 4-point Polaris, yes.
So 4 more Cosmic Bolts getting shuffled into the deck.
How many answers to Cosmic Bolt is Tristan running? We've mentioned the Cries for Help earlier, but is there I don't see an Innervate. There is Incapacitate.
Yeah, there's definitely
overall,
incapacitates.
not a lot of spell damage protection in there.
Yeah, the problem with incapacitating a Cosmic Bolt is you're still going to be taking increased damage from the next one.
Oh yeah, but it can buy you a turn.
Yep.
Sometimes that's all you need, especially
yeah.
as Tristan when you just want to hit that Shadow Strike.
Mm-hmm. We are seeing a Veiling Breeze, so with enough influence, that can potentially keep you alive for another turn or 2. But otherwise, like you said, not a lot of ways to deal with spell damage in the main, although we will probably see the 2 Blanches coming out of the board.
Do you think that Blanche is worth it in the matchup, in fact?
It's tough to say.
You
You have to have enough influence for Blanche to be a meaningful amount of damage prevention, but the same is true of Veiling Breeze. And I think as a, one turn, this is what I am doing in order to stay alive 1 turn longer in order to get my Shadow Strike through. Potentially useful. I mean, there's certainly a number of cards in the main deck from Tomochao that I think they will not mind taking out in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. So we see another black market broker. We're now at 5 prep counters. We might see the Assassin's Ripper Slice and Dice coming out next turn. because it's never the main game plan, but it's always that's the strength of the cards, right? You need to make sure you don't play too slow against Tristan because there will be a big Shadow Strike coming out at the end. But at the same times, you need to be wary of that early slice and dice because he could always be there.
Yeah, you can't leave yourself open in the mid game. But at the same time, like you said, you have to be wary of letting the game go too long and playing from too defensive a posture. The Astra deck though is in fact well known for having a very powerful late game. So once they get to that Astra position, being able to fire off those cosmic bolts, it only takes a couple of turns to really close the game, even starting from a 0 point, right? Even with no chip damage, it only takes 3 or 4 cosmic bolts before you're through their entire health pool.
Yeah, definitely. And we do find a dungeon guide. Is there could be a stifling trap here? We're looking
This
at the
would be such a
memory.
big stifle. Like Tomocho has already slowed down Rhea so much. This would be such a big stifle. But no,
And
it goes
seems
through.
they're not. Seems they're not. All right, so we lose Scatter Essence and the Stifling Trap on the other side.
I think those are 2 cards that Rhea is absolutely fine losing. The Stifling Trap is something that may see a little bit of use, but for the most part doesn't really have any good targets. And of course, Scatter Essence isn't going to do anything against Tomocho.
Rhea does draw a card at the end of the turn from that Arisana level 2 ability, banishing 2 herbs. Still a very low influence, though. 2 cards is not where you want to be.
Yeah, what a rough position for Rhea. They've really burned through their cards here, trying to get themselves in a better position. And they've already blown up their Polaris, so they don't really have any more good defensive tools this early to handle the flood of mid-rangey allies that Shadow Strike Tristan presents. I feel like Tomokawa is in a good position so far,
Yeah,
especially with
no,
the no, go
no
ahead.
immediate kill line because of there's the 2 herbs on board for healing, and there's also still the Serene Wind Spirit that needs to not be forgotten. But still, the ability to push a lot of damage is there.
Absolutely. It might even be worth spending the prep counters just to get that damage in now and set yourself up for a lethal line on the next turn. Um, but Tomokawa bringing out the Quicksilver Grail.
Very interesting. There's no Poison Dagger in the list. Maybe it's an Assassin's Ripper and Tomokawa just not wanting to risk the banish.
Yeah, I feel like this is either an Assassin's Ripper or this is a Blinding Orb,
Blinding Orb could be it, yes.
just
I
as a
don't think
setup
it's the
for a future.
time to play Safeguard Amulet, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't need the Safeguard Amulet yet for sure. And setting up for a surprise Blinding Orb could be backbreaking, actually. That could be, what opens up the way for a lethal attack.
Definitely. We do hit the Comet Fall from the glimpse of the tree visits that was banished earlier. Helps mitigate again just a little bit of damage. But that little bit often is enough. A response to that, maybe? Maybe reclaiming the black market broker? Yeah, that is
Yeah.
indeed it. We reclaim the black market broker. So you're still taking 4 damage to the face. Comet Fall hitting all non-Astra units.
Mhm.
But overall, not too impactful to play.
Yeah, only clearing one ally, potentially a relevant ally, but only clearing one ally. And honestly, the 4 damage is probably, I'm not sure that there is a better thing for Rhea to have found there, because this does set the board state back a little bit, which is what Rhea is looking for. Rhea doesn't want to have to deal with all these allies on the Shadow Strike side. And it does put a little bit of chip damage on Tomochao, which brings them in range from 1 fewer Cosmic Bolt.
Yeah, it'll just depend. That's a big thing with Arizona. It's always a gamble. There is always the possibility that all of your cosmic bolts are at the bottom of your deck.
Here comes the Necklace of Foresight, and now all of our spells are going to be played off of the top of the library. No need to no need to play cards out of hand anymore. Everything can be glimpsed.
And that is pretty required because Rhea does not have the cards in hand right now to actually play cards out of hand.
Yeah, really not a lot of cards to go through here. Are we going to find that Star Call?
Yes. And that's another Comet Fall.
Yeah, keep on trading one for one. Keep that board clear. And the damage racks up piece by piece. Of course, this was all in Rhea's recollection, so now we're moving into their turn proper. 3 cards in hand, so potentially some options here, but also seems highly likely that they'll kind of just keep sitting.
Yeah, the most relevant is, I would say, probably Astral Seal. No, not Astral Seal, because that costs 3 and there's no Shadow Strike in the banish right now. Horticounter is probably very relevant.
Horticounter pretty good here. Of course, they are getting their end of turn draw by sacrificing some extra herbs. So that puts them up at the critical 4 card for Astral Seal.
But again, if that Quicksilver Grid hides a Blinding Orb, that could change everything, as you mentioned earlier.
Exactly. Just a really good tool to get through when Rhea's influence is still this low.
So level 2 from Tristan, we are drawing 2 cards because we're at 6 prep counters. Do you think there will be a Dungeon Guide this turn?
That's
Do you think it's
usually how this goes, and the double card draw here, trading in 1 card for 2 because you have the floating memory off of the Reclaim. Pretty strong here. Like, this seems like a very good setup for Tomochao to go to level 3. I don't think this is a kill turn,
This
unfortunately.
is very big, though. The Shadow Strike being banished here for level up. Not just because you lose the Shadow Strike, but because the Astral Seal I just mentioned. If there's a card in banishment, every other card with that name can be targeted by Astral Seal for 0 cost. So that unlocks some very cheap defensive tools for Rhea here.
Yeah, no, you're very right. That is such a huge banish. Tomochao looks like they're still firmly in the mid game, though. We are, instead of seeing that dungeon guide, we are seeing a windmill engineer drawing some extra cards, staying influence neutral, and getting a little bit more of a board presence.
Yeah, not under too much pressure right now, so
No, 1 damage isn't going to
completely
do a whole
straight.
lot yet.
Draw cards.
Yeah, it looks like Tomochao is still in a position where they're looking to keep their influence up rather than throw cards in order to start dealing damage. But the longer they give Rhea, the more the cosmic bolt counter stacks up.
The Rhea probably just playing something here. Fast Fury, yeah. Oh, Fast Fury is perfect. The floating memory lets you get your Cosmic Astroscope for free, which is exactly what you want to be doing. Find
Yeah,
more
all of
sources
this
of
really
defense.
powerful Astra infrastructure here. With every successive turn, Rhea's engine just powers up and powers up and powers up.
We'll start with an herb. Hit the one.
Yeah, the ingredient
Level.
pouch and that fertile ground combined is such a great combination. Lets you draw an extra card off of Arasana level 2's ability every turn.
Yeah, Fertile Ground being essentially half a draw every turn means it's Merlin on a 3-cost card. And we all know how
Yeah.
powerful Merlin is.
Merlin's pretty good, so why not play another card that makes it twice as Merlin? And Rhea deciding that playing cards on their own turn is for suckers, moving immediately into their end step, getting ready to sacrifice those herbs for another card draw.
Draw go is peak card game gameplay. Even better when your turn is actually draw go draw.
It's a very good point. There's only one thing better than drawing a card and passing your turn, and that's drawing 2 cards and passing your turn. So
There,
it's really on Tomochow to make something happen here. I think the
yeah,
longer this game goes on, go ahead.
you don't want to let Arizona just draw cards. You had a good moment where they were at 2 influence and you had complete freedom to build up your board. But that moment's blast, there's probably a lot of answers in hand right now. There's the Astroscope still sitting on the board that can starkle something from the top of the deck. So you're no longer as free as you were to just play your game.
Looks like a Reclaim coming down. I'm not sure if this is still in Ria's end step.
Pretty sure
It
that's an
probably
instead,
is.
yes. Probably looking to level up with that, which means we didn't find any dungeon guides.
Yeah, looking to use that floating memory in order to get to level 3. The deck list. Does Tomochow run Reaver? No, only Shadow Dancer in the main. In fact, only Shadow Dancer, period.
No, I do see
So,
the Reaver on the sideboard.
did I miss it?
That's the first one.
Oh,
down.
yeah. Tristan Shadow Reaver, there it is. I don't know how I completely glossed over that. So maybe next game we'll see some extra value. But I think in this game the value train has somewhat missed our Shadow Strike player.
Definitely. What I really want to see is a Shadow Reaver hitting 4 Cosmic Bolts.
That would be so cursed. I feel for the Aster player in that scenario more than I feel for the Tristan player.
I've
But the
seen in the
Windblast,
past. Yes, go ahead.
the Windmill Engineer coming back down. So Tomochow's still just digging for more cards here. The Floating Memory staying in the yard. So whether that goes to the level up or towards whatever is under the Grail, we'll see.
Oh,
And
Ancient
still
Protector
just
is kind of big. Honestly, that's probably worth negating from Rhea here. But seems
yeah,
we're
Ria's definitely looking for an answer here, getting that glimpse.
Astro Sight always feels
Finds
good
an
to
Astro
hit.
Sight, yep. Always nice to see.
There's a glimpse one at top, and I think I saw an Astro card. Probably wondering if you want to Starcall it here. Seems not.
Choosing to draw whatever it was.
And we are indeed casting Astral Seal on the Ace and Protector.
So spending those 3 cards, in this case, there is no Ace and Protector in the banish. So has to pay for that Astral Seal, honestly. But preventing the large 3/4 ally from hitting the field, and also preventing Tomochow from continuing to get the value off of that influence neutral Windmill Engineer. Those prep counters are kind of stacking up though, right? 8 prep counters now for Tomochow. We could potentially see a mastermind scheme soon, and that would bring Tomochow to a potentially lethal number of prep counters.
Indeed, we haven't seen a lot of relevant card, let's say, from Tomochao yet. There was the Shadow Strike that was banished for level up. But apart from that, none of the big cards have come out yet. You know, you've just been cycling allies and getting prep counters.
Mhm. These astral sites keep coming up and providing Rhea with some interesting options.
Yeah, seems that
Choosing
card wasn't
to,
good enough.
yeah, glimpse to the bottom, draw whatever is next. Draw another card, and Rhea's really back in this game, right? That looks like 6, I think, cards in their in their hand right now,
I
or in their influence, rather.
think it's 7
7?
influence, 3 down,
Looks like
4 in
7.
hand.
I think
Maybe,
it's
I'm
7.
not sure.
Yeah, that sounds correct. And is that another 3 visits? I think it is. Oof.
That is.
That life total keeps on dropping down to 2 damage marked on Rhea's champion now, and getting a lot of extra glimpses for free here.
Yeah, and we find the first Cosmic Bolt coming for only 4 damage.
I think it is only 4 damage. Yeah, no cosmic bolts in the banish or in the graveyard that I've seen.
But it does start the engine, and there's also with the 3 visits that will be coming in 2 more times, there's definitely no way for Tristan to find the chip win con here. You need to find that one big Shadow Strike.
Fertile Ground now finally triggering as we move into Rhea's turn proper. Rhea taking advantage of that turn before your turn. But of course, now that we are into the main step, we'll probably just see another pass.
Yeah, there's no reason to play anything in your main phase.
We could be seeing like a Lunar Seer here, but most of Rhea's cards are designed to be played at fast speed.
So the big question that Tristan now needs to wonder is how many answers Rhea has in hand. You know, you're counting those negates, you're counting those spell shield astras, you're looking for your own incapacitates,
Hmm.
because you'll need to fight really hard to make that Shadow Strike go through.
Absolutely, yeah. There is going to be a lot of work for Tomochao to do in order to get any damage through at this point.
You're materializing. What card is that?
The glare is like in exactly the right position. Doesn't look like a level up here. So maybe this is a
Definitely not.
safeguard?
It could be the safeguard. It could be did not pay anything, so it's not the Assassin's Ripper.
Yeah, that's definitely a
Definitely the
safeguard. I can see
safeguard.
the hand in the corner. All right, great. We got there. Well, 1 damage coming through here with the Windmill Engineer. Of course, that 1 damage is quickly going to be cleaned up by the 3 visits that is currently sitting in the graveyard and begging to be activated again.
Oh, drawing a card off of the boots is interesting.
Yeah, this says that Tomochao feels like they have enough prep counters and are really looking to accelerate their game plan, which makes a lot of sense in this situation, right? Like they are in a bit of a pickle here, right? They need to start making something happen, otherwise Rey is just going to run over them.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how he
This
decides to
looks
go
like a
forward with that.
mastermind scheme.
Yep.
There we
That
go.
probably should be negated if Rhea has something in hand like
Yeah,
that.
that feels like much more of a threat than a 3/4. While you probably have enough tools to be able to negate the Shadow Strike once the Shadow Strike gets played, even better is to make sure the Shadow Strike can never get played.
And the problem with not negating the first mastermind scheme is that the second one becomes even scarier.
True. Looks like the Mastermind scheme goes through. So Tomochao going from 8 to 16 prep counters, which is 20 damage worth of Shadow Strike once Tomochao gets to level 3.
Close to one shot, but not enough. And you
Mm-hmm.
need to one shot with that because there's that Serene Spirit. You can't
Yeah,
rely on just the shadows to finish the job for you.
right. Yes. Without that extra healing under normal circumstances, the Shadow's Claw plus the extra Phantasm allies would be enough to get the extra damage that you need. But as you say, Rhea is running a lot of healing. There's the Recover
That's
Herbs,
interesting.
there's the Serene Spirit, there's the 3 visits. Rhea's got a lot of tools to stay alive here still.
The Assassin's Ripper was under that Quicksilver Grill,
All
not the
right, all
baniMrein, I
right.
guess, which is interesting, especially why bring it out now?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, at this point, Tomochao has prep counters to spare. So if they wanted to go into a 15 damage slice and dice, they could. But dealing 15 here feels like not quite enough. Like if you're slice and dicing here, that feels like it doesn't quite get you to where you need to be. Um, but maybe Tomochao is trying to get in some extra incidental damage here in order to make that Shadow Strike lethal.
Yeah, that seems to be it. Just swinging with the bear Assassin's Ripper for 3 damage.
Yeah, it's a fascinating choice, trying to get some extra chip onto Rhea, but I don't know how well this is going to work because, like you were saying earlier, all of that recovery that Rhea has available, you really need to do one overwhelming blow rather than the death of 1,000 cuts.
I'm also curious what is left in Tomochao's hand because there is that agility trigger that will be coming in of turn. So there's currently no way for him to level up to 3 next turn.
It's true. Um, I think he's already agility though. The mastermind scheme put 5 down,
Did
so now
oh
he
yeah,
has
he
what?
did. Yeah, he did. My bad.
Yeah. And we are in Rhea's turn before Rhea's turn.
Yep. We get the Lunar Conduit, another source of damage if the Cosmic Bolts are not enough.
Yeah, we've already
Fighting
seen a
card.
lot of Astra spells
Yep.
go through, so a little bit of a missed opportunity to really level up that Lunar Conduit, but um, maybe not worried about it as much.
But seems to
Now
be
we're
really going for it this turn. Maybe scared of what Tristan can do next turn and wants to possibly find lethal here. Which is possible. You need 2 Cosmic Bolts is 14 damage. That is enough. Assuming there's no negates or anything.
Ah, we finally found a second Cosmic Bolt. I think this is what Rhea's been digging for. Rhea's been looking for ways to use that bonus Star Calling ability from Arisana level 3, and has just not found the extra Astra cards that they need. So a Cosmic Bolt here, I think, is exactly what they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Safeguard being used, so only 2 damage going to go through from that Cosmic Bolt. But of course, with that Cosmic Bolt having been put into the graveyard, the next Cosmic Bolt will deal another 8. Which, unless Tomochao goes to level 3, will already be lethal.
You do need to find the Cosmic Bolt another time, but there should still be a 3 visits in the Banish, so you
Mhm.
can find it there.
It actually wouldn't
And
surprise me at all to learn that Rhea has a Cosmic Bolt in hand. So, seeing Rhea draw their card and then pass this turn and then try and kill Tomochao in their recollection or with their materialize on the stack seems like a completely reasonable way to go here.
Cosmic Bolt is slow, so you do need to Star Call it.
Oh, that's a really good point. Wow, really? It's slow?
It is slow.
Have people been cheating against me? Okay, that's my bad. That's my mistake. Uh, yeah, that would be absolutely bonkers if it was fast. That's a good point.
There's still a
Fair.
lot of potential there. There's some damage from the Lunar Conduit. There's not a lot to find with there's the end of card draw there from the banishing 2 herbs.
Mhm.
You really don't need to find a lot of damage if you have to kill him next. And even third Comet Fall would be lethal here, right? It's 4 damage from the Comet Fall plus 3 from the Lunar Conduit.
That would be 22. Yep, that would be exactly enough. Tomochao looking to Fairy Whispers here.
I'm curious what you're looking for before leveling up, right? You don't want to put more cards down before leveling up to make
They
sure you can
might
right
be
thing.
looking to dungeon guide here, as opposed to spending the cards out of their material, out of their memory here.
Oh, looking for end of turn Veiling Breeze is indeed very relevant. You want to cast it before. No, you can't banish it before paying for cost, but still, you want to have it available. Not leveling up is
Yeah, not a
very,
hard
very.
level. I'm expecting a dungeon guide from Tomo here. Yet another card immediately in the blind spot. Ah, that's the blinding orb. Okay, great.
That is, yes. It's for with reclaim.
So completely appropriate for it to be a blinding orb underneath the blinding glare. So that reclaim in the yard being used to make a blinding orb happen. Blinding orb being used immediately. I guess Tomocha's really digging for cards here. Rhea putting 2 cards down and still with what, 5, 6 cards left in hand? That doesn't feel like it's going to have a lot of impact. But
Seems
if
like
this
6,
is the
yeah.
turn, then you do whatever you can in order to force it through.
So are we going for lethal here from Tristan? Is the big question. It's either keeping everything up to have an answer or going for all in right now. And with the blinding orb, it's probably going for all in.
Interesting to see kind of what the options are here. A lot of cards in Tomocha's hand, so presumably they should be able to make something happen. I'm expecting a dungeon guide into like the full level 3 Phantasms, Shadow Claw, Shadow Strike turn. And I think they'll be able to do that and still have uh Incapacitate left in hand to interact with whatever Rhea brings to the table. But Rhea still has enough cards and enough glimpses to um to interact here if they need to. And even aside from that, yeah, here comes the glimpse and the recover off of the 3 visits. Like they have so much recovery left over.
And we
And
hit the
this is
Cosmic Bolt.
this is lethal. If this goes through, this is lethal. Tomokau's
Have
gonna have
just
to run an
be an
incapacitate,
incapacitate here,
Wailing
yeah.
Breeze, or something here. This looks like incapacitate.
Yep. And there should be a negate of some kind in Rhea's hand, right? With that number of cards.
You would think, yeah, Horde Counter or Astral Seal. It feels like there must be something Rhea can do here. And there it is, the raw Astral Seal.
Yep.
And the best part about this is not that Rhea is potentially going to kill Tomochao, but if Rhea doesn't kill Tomochao, their turn is essentially over. They've already put so many cards down, they're not going to be able to make anything happen on their level 3 turn.
We see another incapacitate, but
As well you
yeah,
should.
that's not good enough, right? Because you spent your whole turn leveling up, and there's still 5 more Cosmic Bolts in Rhea's deck.
Right? And this forces all of Tomochao's hand into their memory with this dungeon guide trigger still on the stack. So they have a lot of possibility here to lose the important cards that they've been holding on to.
And
Oh,
that
hey,
is a
look.
Nordic counter.
That is a Horde Counter. There we go. Nice try, Tristan.
That will be game.
That's it, yeah. So, well played, honestly, and solidly in our Arasana's favor here. Is this how you envisioned this first game going?
Overall, I'd say yes. I think Arizona is favored in the matchup. It's, as you mentioned, the late game is very good, and if Tristan doesn't have the perfect slice and dice early hands, I don't think they usually can keep up, especially with the the current build. I know some people are running some more non-combat damage answers, maybe Innervate Agility or something.
Mhm.
This does not have them, so I don't think the matchup was very favored for Tristan here. It might change after sideboard. We'll see what we can get out of that.
So
The
looking
Tristan
at
Shadow
Tomocha's
Reaver is very
sideboard,
funny. Yeah, Shadow Reaver is very funny.
Shadow Reaver is very funny. I'm not convinced it comes in. I don't think Rhea is playing the right kind of win deck for Tomocha to want to be able to rip 4 cards out of it.
There's a single Scatter Essence that can hit Fertile Ground that really
Mhm.
slows down the Iris on the deck.
And that would complement the Vertigo Decree that is in their main. So with that extra Scatter Essence, they would have 3 potential ways to destroy a Fantasia.
Meanwhile,
Um,
from Rhea, what do we see? Premium material probably
actually,
can.
hang on, hold on.
Yes,
Do you
yes.
think the Shadow Reaver comes in? Is this the right kind of deck for Tomocha to play Shadow Reaver against?
I would put it in, yes.
Okay.
Because anyway, you don't care about the Nullifying Lantern in your material deck.
Mhm.
So there's no cost to putting it in. And if it so happens that it's the right kind of line where you can get some value out of it, maybe you have the right kind of hands to just Zephyr your dungeon guides and get some value that way, then yeah, you definitely put it in.
Yeah, thinking about what's in Ari's deck, I guess a fair number of these cards would actually be something that Tomocha doesn't mind having access to, closer to a card draw than a dead card,
Yeah,
especially
the
if it's cards that then Rhea can't play afterwards. So okay, all right, I'm convinced. I'm convinced.
For me, a couple of interesting cards. As I mentioned, the Prima materials are good. It's the kind of slow matchups where you definitely want the extra engine. Um, Extra Spell Blaster is good. The funny play is, do you put in the Astarte Celestial down just because you can put it in because you're probably leveling up faster than Tristan,
Mhm.
and negates the shadows coming in that way.
It Wow, it does. It does negate the shadows. Ooh, I love it. Okay.
I don't think it's worth running, but it would be very fun.
It would be very funny. I suspect this is not the matchup that the start is intended for. But it's very neat.
Steady is a great start from Tomochao here. It's definitely the kind of card you want to see turn one. It's a card you didn't see at all game one. It helps
It's
with your
true.
prep counters. It clears all the small allies. It gives you agility. It's the perfect card for Assassin.
Yeah, this is I think the start that that Tomochaw wishes they could have gotten previously. You know, giving them an ally that is really flexible in the face of Polaris, in the face of the other board sweepers that Rhea has access to, and also helps with that prep production is very good.
Are we seeing a turn one Besiege the Wind here?
That'd be pretty good.
No,
Um,
Fertile Ground, just as
Never
good.
mind. Yeah, this is always the setup that Rhea's gonna want on turn one. This is pretty good. And then a Beseech here would still be pretty good, but I think they're also happy to just sit and level up normally, using that Beseech in order to bring out an ingredient pouch, or using that Beseech to bring out one of their really powerful Astra element materials after they've hit level 3.
One more Sonic question for you. Are you an herb board kind of guy, or do you prefer running the actual tokens?
Oh, I've tended to play with the herb board just because I haven't had the chance to really think up a good herb setup. I've also been in the habit of using dice as the number of the herb, not the number
Mhm.
of herbs. So, if I roll I don't know, a mana root and
Yeah, yeah.
a razor leaf, I'll put down like a 2 and a 6, and then just not have a board at all, which I suspect is not fair to my opponents, but it does still accurately represent the game state.
We see a Blanche from Tomochao, which is kind of early because it's not actually protecting anything, right? You don't need to prevent damage on your Sadi because you can just bring it back to hand.
Mhm. This may be to try and protect against Polaris,
But
but
again, you're only protecting the Sadi to Polaris.
hmm.
There's the three visits though banished from Rhea is really great. It's exactly the card you want to see banished from a level up
Yeah,
because
that
you
is
can
the
play it again
perfect
after.
choice for your materialize here. Um, our producer brings up a good point. Uh, Something needs to be played on Tomocha's side in order to have cards down for the level up. So if Blanche is what he's got, Blanche is what he's playing.
That is fair, though you could just bring back Sadi. It is kind of a loss of tempo, but doesn't cost you a card, and we know Tomochao likes to play a very slow, high influence kind of game, so
I
just bringing
suspect.
Sadi is also a possibility.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I suspect that Tomochao may be leaning in the other direction, right? Thinking about how they kind of got overpowered in the late game and trying to push forward extra damage early on in order to keep Rhea on the back foot and not let force Rhea to play a little bit more defensively instead of so greedy.
That's fair. An ally is still an ally. One damage is one damage. It can decide the game.
Absolutely. Of course, now we'll see if there is a level up here or yet another free materialize.
We
Yeah,
do
going
see a
into
level up.
Tristan level 1 here.
So we're still a bit short on prep counter. We're far from a slice and dice. Losing Veiling Breeze kind of hurts, I think.
Veiling Breeze is an interesting card here because the damage numbers that you're trying to prevent from Arasana are always really large. So a 2 or 3 point damage prevention maybe gets you a little bit of the way there, but it's not very much in the grand scheme of things. On the other hand, maybe it's exactly what you need in order to survive one more turn. Just a rough position to be in.
And what was revealed from the Fairy Whispers? I think that was a Windblast Lookout.
Could have been. I didn't quite catch it. Looked like it had some green rings around the central figure. I don't not positive what that was. But now we're getting that Sadi coming in and Blanche for a little bit of extra damage onto Rhea.
That is indeed a lookout. And
Going up to 2 prep counters.
this time
Sorry.
getting the glimpse.
Yeah, there you go. Finally getting the class bonus on the Windblast Lookout. Yep. Going up to 2 prep counters. Of course, Tomochao needs to be at 4 prep counters before going up to level 2 in order to make sure that they get the opportunity to maximize the card draw off of Tristan level 2's ability. So it's going to be a bit.
Yeah,
We
definitely not
haven't
the
really
kind
seen a
of
lot of
matchups
like
where yeah, the in some aggro matchups it's worth it to level up while you only have 2 prep counters because you need that extra health to survive, but definitely not the kind of matchup where there's pressure here, so you will get that. You will wait and get that draw too a couple of turns later if you need to.
yeah, we haven't seen much of the card draw that Shadow Strike Tristan is kind of famous for, right? We haven't seen any Scout the Lands. We haven't seen any Surveil the Winds out of Tomochao. We've got the one Fairy Whispers so far. No Engineer this go round. Looks like they have a pretty slow hand, which kind of explains the ally push. If you're not building up your influence, then you've got to do something. You've got to have some kind of strategy. So maybe
There
this
is
is
actually no Scaldaland in the deck list.
okay. Well, sure. That explains that particular loss. But yeah, it just seems like they're in a rough position, not able to play sort of the influence neutral card sculpting cards that you usually see out of Tristan.
Definitely.
This is looking like a good turn for Rhea to pop a Polaris. How are we on herbs? 6 herbs on the
There's
field?
6 herbs,
I think
yes.
it's 6. Um, which, depending on how many cards are in Tomocha's memory, might be enough to clear this board. Otherwise, is Ria going to have to wait to find a way to get rid of that Blanche before using Polaris to clear the board? Because this damage is starting to be very real, right?
It
9
is
damage
racking
on
up
Ria
very
out of her
fast,
19
yes.
health pool. 10, 11. This is
It's
a
an
rough
interesting
position.
situation because you pretty much never can full clear. You're pretty much only killing Blanche with the Polaris, right? Because Seti will go back to hand, and you can use Seti's ability multiple times to just fill your memory, so you're sure the Polaris never kills the Lookout.
That is a good point. At any point here, Tomochao can fill their memory however much they want to.
You get a prep counter here. Do you just slice and dice for 9 here?
That does put Ria in a very dangerous position.
There's a lot of level herbs, the 1 and 2.
Mhm,
So Rhea could cast a very big Nascent Barrier if needed be,
mhm.
but it's
But
still
no
also a
healing.
big drain on resource, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Forcing Ria to play cards out of their hand right now is going to be really rough on them because that makes it that much harder for them to get up to level 2 and level 3. With the 4 prep counters, I could actually see their next materialize being the Assassin's Ripper instead of going up to level 2, though.
Definitely. That's a much better position. You have a lot more pressure on. Is there any way playing any card negates the healing here, right? Because
I think so,
Tristan is
yeah,
at
because it's
6
5 to
influence,
6. It looks like
Rhea's
it's
at
6
5.
right now.
Yeah.
Nope, just letting the healing go through. Tomochao deciding it's not worth it to play any card. Understandable. Like, Tomochao's also suffering from that kind of influence constraint, right? They don't want to
Mhm.
go down much further here.
We're seeing the level up from Rhea getting ever so farther away from that slice and dice kill range. Not
That is
seeing
now a
any
lot
healing
of
herbs yet.
herbs.
Yeah, but no healing.
That's true. No healing. Wow, rough. And again, another level up herb. So definitely all of the herbs that they could ever want in order to draw cards off of Arasana level 2's ability. But very much not the kind of herbs they're looking for to keep themselves alive.
But finally, there's enough herbs on the board that Polaris will be able to kill stuff.
Yeah, this looks like it does go over the top of that Blanche. This is 8 herbs on the field right now? Yeesh. Those fertile grounds doing a
11.
lot of work.
11 herbs, I think, right?
11. What am I missing? I see 2, 3, 1, and 4.
I think it's 4, 3, 2, and 2, right? We do see the dungeon guide not being answered. No stifling trap again.
Now we are in Arasana level 3, which means Ria's game plan has turned on. Sending that 1 point in to Tomocha's face. I guess what else is 1 point going to do?
Anything you rack up that damage enough, and that means you need 1 fewer Cosmic Bolts. And we had a Prima Materia in hand.
Oh, good. Oh, this is massive here. So with the brew cost, not only does Ria get the ability to draw cards into memory every turn, premium material, what a card. Also means that any Astra element damage that she deals or that they deal is going to be even more buffed up.
So that is the
Than
first
the
4
next one,
counters
not
on
any, but
Polaris.
yeah, yeah.
So we're
Polaris,
only seeing it.
unfortunately, not an Astra source,
No,
but
unfortunately not. But still, there's enough counters. It will kill most of everything, I think.
yeah. We'll see what the plan is about this. I think it would be very funny if Tomochao ran out in ensnaring fumes in response to a Polaris pop.
That would be pretty funny, yes.
I'm
Safe
not even
only
sure that
Yeti.
Tomocha still has them in their deck, but
I think you keep them just for value, right? You know you're not using them defensively, but being able to bring back all of your windmill engineers and stuff is good enough that I think they need to stay in.
all right. I guess the Assassin's Ripper plan is no go. Tomochao is leveling up to level 2 here at those critical 4 prep counters in order to get the 2 cards drawn off of Tristan Hiredblade.
And yet again, we see a Shadow Strike being banished, so that Astral Seal will be that much stronger.
Only 1 card in hand at the moment for Rhea, so not a lot of interaction on the table.
So we're popping Polaris
There goes
on, what
Polaris,
was it,
yeah.
7?
Looks like this is in response to the Tristan level 2 either materialize or ability.
Yep, so that way we can make sure that Blanche is not enough to save the lookouts. We will have Sadie going back to hand, but that's still killing 3 allies. It helps.
7 damage mitigated by 2 from the Blanche, so still 5 damage to each of those lookouts.
And 7 Cosmic Bolts being shuffled into the deck, so the hit rate
Do
on
you
Genesis
think?
will be pretty high. Yes.
Do you think that 7 is enough Cosmic Bolts?
I think 7 is usually enough, yes. There's some matchups where you can be greedy. I know some people in very slow matchups, like, the Merlin's matchups and stuff, like waiting to 10. But 7 is more than enough.
I think that 4 is probably enough. 7 is a good number, but 10 is the right number. That's my studied opinion.
There's a big difference between there's a big difference between the number of cosmic bolts you need to kill. Sometimes you want more because you know your opponent has answers, and the number of cosmic bolts you want to make sure you hit them.
Yes, that's absolutely true. There's definitely something to be said about the extra consistency of getting those extra Cosmic Bolts into your deck. You're never going to deal 14 damage with a single Cosmic Bolt. By that point, the game has already ended one way or another. But getting those Cosmic Bolts earlier rather than later is always nice to have.
Oh, maybe your opponent's healing a lot, and you need that 14 damage in one cosmic bolt.
Well, what are we doing now, Tomochao? You are on Tristan level 2. You have an empty board. You have some cards in hand. Are we drawing cards? Are we playing cards? What is the plan? Where do you go from here?
This is the perfect turn for a mastermind scheme. If you have it, your opponent is basically hands down.
Yeah, they're on 6 prep counters. I would love to see like a surveil here, getting up to 7 at least before dropping that mastermind scheme. Because 6 to 12, 12 doesn't feel like enough prep counters to really close the game out. Looks like some clarifications happening here.
I'm also curious at the boots being popped so early yet again.
Yeah, I
I feel
guess
like
Tomocha
there's
really
a
not
lot
happy
more
with their
values
hand.
to get out of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and time is already done for the round. Okay, so now we're counting down overtime. Yeah, this is a rough position for our Tomochao. I think Tristan does not have a lot of outs, especially in the time remaining. So is this overtime with turn 0 on the Tristan?
I think turn 0 is on Tristan, yes.
And no shortage of healing available for Rhea. They've still got the lineage release. They still haven't managed to roll a single healing herb, but I'm sure there's more healing in their hand. Oh, and the 3 visits and banish. Yep.
So another slow turn for Tristan here. Just Surveil the Winds and Fairy Whispers. Not adding anything to the board. I think 4 for a Mastermind Scheme should be brain 3 here.
Right. So going up from 7 to 14, which is a decent chunk.
All right, they are level 2. Yeah, so going to 14.
Yeah, no ability to
You
Shadow Strike yet. They need the Dungeon Guide first. But this is decent setup for the next turn. A Shadow Strike off of 14 prep counters is 18 damage, which, if Rhea had no healing, would actually be lethal. But as we all know, this is not the case.
you're Rhea will go up to 5 cards in hand next turn, so that's still pretty much only 1 negate. 2 if you're
Yeah, this
really
is
unlucky because of the Astro Seal.
right. And then the other thing is, this is turn 1 now for Rhea. So Tomochao's
Yes.
next turn is their last turn in this game. So either they make something happen then, or they might as well concede.
Let's see how many defensive options Rhea can find. Do we finally find? We do not find the
Nope,
healing herb.
still no healing herbs. But still has six damage markers marked on them, and the lineage release for another 6 health back. So effectively at a flat 0 right now, in terms of the amount of damage that Tomocha needs to deal.
So do you level up to Shadow Reaver in the hope that you find a negate of some kind in the top 4 of Rhea's deck? Because the negate from the Shadow Reaver banish is essentially cheaper to play than the one from your hand because it doesn't cost you a card from your hand.
It's possible that their kind of Hail Mary here is, find what they need out of Rhea's deck in order to deal the extra damage. Of course, with the glare, it's hard to see what's actually happening here.
We banish a second Shadow Strike.
That's a rough position.
Maybe Tomocha just had a lot of Shadow Strikes in hand.
Sure. Nope, they've
We know
gone
their
straight
expected
into Shadow
answer.
Dancer. And even with the extra prep counter from Shadow Dancers on enter, this doesn't seem like enough. Right? 12, 15 with a Shadow Strike is 19 damage. And then 5 from the Shadow's
20,
Claw
20 with
and
the
the
claw,
2
yeah.
Phantasms.
Yeah.
So here comes the
Yeah,
Claw,
the
of
claw.
course. So that's 24, which is 1 short from killing Rhea, assuming Rhea has no interaction at all.
So we start by cracking the Necklace of Foresight to glimpse 4. Finding Comet Fall. Casting it for free with Arizona's ability.
Makes
For
sense.
7 damage, which kills the shadows. Means you're saving 4 damage that way.
Ooh, that's so good here. That's so good here. I forgot about Prima Materia. Yeah. So that is time. So regardless of whether or not Tomocha was going to make it through, the match is over. But those are, in our hearts we know those are some dead phantasms. Those are some dead ominous shadows.
That is an Incapacitate? Yeah,
Do
Incapacitate
they
would
know
be
that it's
coming
time?
to coming
When
up.
does the stack
Probably,
has to be empty for time
yes,
to
that has
actually
to
be
be
time.
indeed, yes.
Okay.
And Astro Seal on the Incapacitate. Or on the Shadow Strike for all that matters.
Yeah, probably the Astral Seal on the Shadow Strike at this point.
Yep, on the Shadow Strike indeed.
Yep. Pointing towards the Shadow Strike and Banish. Yeah, this is the free Astral Seal.
And that will be pretty much the end of the game. Tristan is out of cards in hand, not much more they can do there. And so Rhea in time will win this 1-0.
Well, that was pretty conclusive, honestly. Uh, our our Asana player definitely had the upper hand for pretty much the entirety of that match, and the Tristan player never really seemed like they could dig themselves out of that hole. There was a couple of valiant attempts, a couple of big swings in Potentia, but nothing ever made it through Ria's guard.
Yeah, Arsana definitely a deck that has a lot of great matchup into all of those other slower decks. It can sometimes struggle a bit with something a bit too fast. And also one of the bigger struggle for Arizona showing up results at big tournaments is the clock itself. As we've seen, games do go long, sometimes going to time, and very
Mhm.
big tournaments really make it hard to get a couple of ties here and there. It really affects your score. So that is a big point against Arizona. Sometimes I know a couple of players here in Canada that dropped the deck just because it was too slow. It was very good, but it was too slow for them.
Yeah, one of the things about Astro Arasana, right? Like, I definitely love the deck, but you really have to be prepared to play it very, very fast if you want a match to not go to time.
Mhm. We
Um,
will be taking a very quick break while player go and prepare for the next round. We finish entering all the pairings. People go for their table. We will be right back to you for the last round. Welcome back. We're just about ready to start the last round. We have a repeat deck, Atka that we saw in Watermelon earlier, and the opponent, Neon Intlax on Water Gembu.
Nice. Yeah, Genbu, another deck that is fairly popular now, especially with fractals being a little bit which is the opposite of on the rise, on the fall, I guess. But yeah, I think Genbu has been a deck that a lot of people have liked, and one of its worst matchup fractals now looking a little bit worse for wear. So happy to see some Genbu out here. I think Genbu is a really good call for any tournament.
Yeah, very popular. It's so good because it can win in so many different ways. You can just play a lot of allies. You can have that big swing with Gembu itself and the Fugue that switches its power and life. And you have the mill win con with the Fractal of Polar Depths. So that wide spread of win con means it's very hard to just defend against.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
it will
very
always
powerful
find a
deck.
way to kill you in the late game.
Yeah, and then Genbu providing you with the extra mills on top of stuff like Pelagic Fatestone and Fractal of Rain give you such a good engine for keeping your deck going and building up that floating memory for any variety of purposes that you may want to use it for.
However, this Merlin is definitely not what Gambu has been um, built to beat. And do you think it's
Yeah,
good enough
yeah.
for it?
I That's a very good question. I think Merlin is kind of a dark horse right now. Genbu playing into Merlin, I feel like Merlin might not have the defensive tools to withstand the kind of pressure that Genbu can bring. I think Genbu is really good at putting forward that kind of mid-range aggressive pressure on the board. And once you get to sort of that top end, that really big resonating fugue string, or that real that swing rather, or the really big stratagem, I feel like the Merlin might not have the tools to defend themselves.
At the same time, except for the big fugue turn, Gambu has very few ways of actually um, killing the Majestic Spirit.
That's very
And
true. The Majestic Spirit
the
is very strong here.
especially with the Erendite and the stratagem plan that Merlin is on, the mill from Gambu could be very detrimental to them.
Mhm.
So we'll see how that goes. There's a very good start from Gembu here. We had the Seaside Ringleader turn 1. There's a Fractal here turn 2.
Yeah, looking like a pretty strong board position. And now we have that fabled Azurite Fate Stone on the field here, ready to start milling even more cards.
Gotta rack up those counters early.
Hmm.
Because like Gambu has very few ways of killing the Majestic Spirit, Merlin probably has very few ways of killing Gambu. Yes, you can drop like three Ghosts of Pendragons, but that won't happen in all games.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's a very good point. Both of these teams, like both of these players, are going to have massive taunters that the other player is going to have a real difficult time getting through. I think sudden steal out of the Merlin is going to be pretty imperative to getting through this matchup. Having that big attack is going to be important. Seeing our Merlin just fill up their deck, Retold Fortune getting into the yard.
Yeah, same plan as when we saw that deck in the previous round. It's getting value and leveling up as efficiently as you can. However, this time the opponent is applying a little bit more pressure than Neo Scenarios was.
Yeah, definitely a bit more pressure, a little bit of damage on the board. Those bovines, such an important engine piece for the Genbu player. So leaving them out on the field like this is going to be a rough position for Atka later on. But at the same time, what can Atka do? If you don't have the paladins, you don't have the paladins.
Yeah, there's not a lot of early answers in this deck list compared to some other Merlins that have been played in the past. There's no Nascent Blast in the main deck. There's no early attack cards. Some people like running Savage Slash early. Uh, Again, the Merlin that was at Nationals was on Inundating Clash to some great effect here and there. It's great against more allies deck. It can deal 4 to a Nascent Protector or anything. So Some text here and there for the early game. Atka deciding, I don't need that. I'll just level up faster and get more cards and win in the late game.
Honestly, like, I hope that works out. I really like the confidence in, okay, you have an engine going, I will have an engine going soon, and I expect that mine will be more powerful than yours.
Well, he is 3-0, so it has
It's
worked
true,
for
right?
him
Yeah.
until now.
Some deserved confidence.
We'll also remind everyone that players are playing for some big stakes. 4-0 in Yeti means you win a full box of the most recent set.
Quite the reward. Seeing a lost in thought here from Atka.
For that efficient leveling. The other thing about playing against Gambu is your Merlin will always have something to banish from the opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You're never going to be short on sources of floating memory to destroy, or potentially even without getting the floating memory, just getting rid of like Seaside Ringleader or something like that. That feels like uh, a very important tool to be aware of. Of course, right now there is 4 float in Neon's graveyard at the moment. So Atka spoiled for choice here. What do you want to get rid of? Neon deciding, actually, whatever it is you wanted to get rid of, instead don't. Lost in thought, burning that floating memory at fast speed, responding to the Merlin's activated ability, so Merlin doesn't get the level counter.
Yeah, Lost in Thought drawing 3 cards this early into the game.
Oh, it was only
And
3. Okay. So it can't get all of them. Oh, it would still even be able to get the yeah, my mistake. It
it
would still
still
be able to get
always
the
get the
Lost in
Lost in
Thought
Thought,
even
yes.
afterwards. So that's always going to work. I understand.
But yeah, Lost in Thought drawing 3 cards this early into the game, showing why it is now on the watch list.
It is a very powerful tool.
Rising Tide and Recollect, also drawing a card in memory because you get the extra level counter from Merlin. Nice little synergy there.
So our Merlin player is still on level 2. Are we going to see a dungeon guide here? This is usually the dungeon guide turn. Do we
Yeah,
think there's a...
that seems like the kind of thinking you're doing into what are
Mhm.
you risking with your dungeon guide.
Do we think there is some percentage in staying on Merlin 2 for a while in order to get rid of some of the float from your opponent?
He's going for maybe just because he doesn't have the dungeon guide, he can afford to be a little greedy and try to get them. But overall, I think you want the extra cards from the Merlin triggers more than you're not getting enough value banishing cards from your opponent's graveyard. You're you prefer having more cards yourself. In some other matchups, it might have been relevant, but Gambu mills so much that you're not making a important dent in his graveyard, so you're not getting the value that way. And you're not on Fireball either, so those level are not actually worth anything to you.
Hmm. Yeah, that's fair points all around. So we are seeing a little bit of interaction here. Atka finally finding a Frostborn Paladin, going into Neon's Bovine, trying to stop that engine a little bit. Neon having the Primordial Ritual to get even more float into the yard on that Bovine kill. And now we're seeing an enormous Tideholder Claymore.
Yeah, do you think that's going at the Paladins, or do you think they're just getting at face? Because Atka is already taking a lot of damage.
I think this Genbu is at the point where they can start sending damage to face. I think that if you look, they're at 9 quest counters. So they're at the point where they could potentially flip Genbu. And 1 Resonating Fugue, plus all of the rest of this damage, is, I think, lethal.
Does he have enough cards left for resonating? Because it costs 2, and then you need to pay 3 to actually flip Gambu stats. So you
Well, even
need
if you don't
6. You do have
boost the
cards.
Genbu, you
Yeah.
still get a huge hit. Yeah, you can just how much does he need in order to be able to swing with a Claymore? Looks like
The Claymore, he did swing for just 1. He had 9 water cards in his graveyard.
okay. And that has gone face. So our level 2 Merlin is 16, no, 14 away from death here.
Level 2 Merlin is 9 away from that, right?
Isn't it 22?
Yeah,
Oh,
22.
I misread. I misread.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
correct. 9 away from death.
And then we just swing with Gambu, and unless Merlin has an answer that's lethal, seems to be it.
Genbu's swing right now is 3, but if he has the fugue, it's 9. There it is. Well, Atka, what is the plan?
There's no Song of Frost on the main board?
Double checking.
Like, lost in thoughts for one, trying to find another answer. And
Coriola's ward would be.
that's the concede. Corvus Ward
Yep.
blocks 4 damage here. It's not enough.
Yeah, the water barrier are not in the main. Welp, that was a quick game one. That's the quickest game one we've had on stream so far.
So let's look at the sideboards. What is coming in for that game too? Clearly, on Merlin, we're getting those water barriers in.
Absolutely. The water barriers, I wonder if the flash freeze comes in as a negate. Like, it seems like Neon has been pretty okay with kind of emptying their hand, right? They're not leaving a lot of cards back for interaction or for negates.
It's not that good early on. You're not paying 4 because you don't get a class bonus on it to negate unless they pay 1 or 2.
True.
And I don't think it's that good either late game because
Well, I don't think there's going to
Genbu,
be much of a late game, right? Like,
yeah,
Genbu is
for
pushing this
stats,
damage pretty quickly.
maybe they have a slow game and you consider it, but even late game, Genbu has so many cards and they run a lot of negates themselves, so sometimes they'll just negate your flash freeze instead of paying for it. I don't think they're that worth it. I'm
Yeah.
looking more at Nascent Blast to deal with those early allies.
Yeah, the early allies are a problem, and they don't come quite as fast from this deck as they do from the Neos deck that we saw before, right? One Nascent Blast on top of the Tome of Sorcery could definitely keep pace with these allies for quite a while.
Yeah, definitely. And you don't mind, as Merlin, just taking a turn off early on to materialize that Tome of Sorcery.
Yeah, I think the Nascent Blasts are a good pick. I think some of the more defensive tricks are also going to be something that he wants to bring in. The Terrafring almost assuredly comes in.
You're probably putting in the Sudden Steals just as a way of dealing with that Gambu.
Quite possibly, yeah. And
Meanwhile, on Gambu's side, what do you bring in? Um, he has not seen the stratagems yet, so I'm not sure if he will be bringing the Beast Bond boots in.
right, yeah. Let's see. He could bring in the QSG over the Grand Crusaders ring. I'm not sure that he's going to feel like he needs to.
I
I bet we see the Unbroken Mustang come in. Like, if he knows he's up against Merlin, Merlin loves his materials.
true. Mustang could
We
be worth
might
it.
see the extricating touches. I don't know. It's an interesting thought, right? If Neon isn't necessarily positive about what Atka's win condition is, we might see the extricating touches as a way to just gain information.
I think the extricating touch is worth it just as a way of dealing with Incarnate Majesty. As I mentioned earlier, there's few
Also
ways in
true.
the deck to kill it. So if you can deal with it before it's played, it's even better.
Absolutely.
Very sad starting hand from the Ironclax here. Those Pelagic Plate Stones want to be milled, not to be in your starting hand.
That is extremely sad. He is running the Buried Grief tech that we saw from Jofacha in Nats, though. So that is pretty good with the Pelagic Fate Stones. It's a great way of getting some value out of cards that would otherwise be dead.
True. So
Two Pelagic Fate Stones imbuing a Fractal of Rain is certainly a board.
meanwhile, Atka using Lost in Thought to level up to 1 and doing not much else.
Yeah, the first few turns here, definitely not a lot of action this time. Neon not getting that early ringleader, Neon not seeing any early bovines. So with only the Fractal of Rain as their board presence, once the fabled Azurite Fatestone comes out, this is Sapphire. My mistake. Uh, what is
So
Azurite?
from the way Azurite is a dragon, yes,
Oh,
Serene.
Azurite is Serious. Serious is also blue, of course. That makes sense. Um,
From the way Ninjax just skimmed through showing that material deck, I think he mentioned that he didn't do any changes. So no boots, no Quicksilver, probably.
right.
We see an Extravagating Touch being milled there from the Bovine, along with a
Okay, so
Fractal
they did
Floor
come
Depth.
in. I think seeing a bovine is maybe the more important thing. Neon does actually have their engine starting to build up now. Not a lot of extra damage coming through, but getting those cards in the yard is just as important.
Yeah. Hasn't hit a single float yet, though. Backup
Um,
Charger from Merlin.
no damage marked. Did I miss what the bovine hit?
No, he. Oh, yeah. Probably just forgot to mark it.
That would make sense. So we are on level 1
Very
for
good.
our Merlin player here.
Yeah,
And
and backup Charger and pass the turn, it seems.
all right. I respect it. Get that influence. Yeah, it seems like Akka is also missing out on the float right now. Not a lot of resources available. Was that a sudden steal?
That is a sudden steal that was just milled. Meanwhile,
Ooh.
Gambu milled 2 floats.
Oh, yeah. Things are coming together for Neon.
Might be another very short game.
Yeah, so far not a lot of presence, but if we get Genbu and the Fugue without a lot of defense, without much defense from Akka, then yeah, this could be another really short game.
Milled
It
a
really seems like
second.
the mid-rangey aspects of this Genbu deck kind of come in just under the control shields of Akka.
Milled the second fractal of Polar Depths, so the mill win con seems very implausible now.
Yeah, this looks like he's going to be relying probably on the board. I think that is the way the Genbu usually does things. Of course, the more cards you can draw, the better. These Lost in Thoughts doing some really, really good work for Neon.
Drawing 3 cards yet again. And
Here comes a
playing,
Rippleback Terrapin.
yeah, the big turtle.
Heck
Again,
yeah.
another card that's very hard for the Merlin player to deal with, right? Paladin's not enough to clear it. You need a sudden steal, pretty much, because you can't target it with any of your spells either. It has Spell Shroud.
So now the damage is starting to accrue. This is still not enough to really end the game, but 7 quest counters on Goja already is definitely a threatening amount of quest counters this early on.
Being able to level up to Merlin for free with those 2 floats, then there's always something you can banish from the Gambu side. Oh, yeah, there is
Oh, the
nothing.
Rippleback hit the last
Right.
floating. I think there actually is nothing in the graveyard right now.
Well, there was the Retold Fortune in his own graveyard.
Yeah, he did leave enough float in his own graveyard. The Genbu's been actually pretty helpful there. Atka's got a lot of fuel right now. Now thinking very hard about what to do on his level 2 turn. Is this going to be a dungeon guide, or are we out? I think we're out of float. So
That
yeah,
is a
this is in
dungeon guy.
fact the dungeon guide. Using the reservable, using the fractal to um, manage the cards in memory, get a very controlled banish here. Go to
Also,
level 3, have a little bit of bigger health buffer, and start getting his own game plan online.
I just noticed that in previous turn he actually turned his wind. So he's going for the Coriolis Ward more than the extra 3 healing on the Harmonious Mantra.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize what that card was underneath the fractal. Yes. So he's pointing quick visual. Is that east? He's pointing east?
I think it might be flipped because there's no reason to go east. You want to go west for the card draw and colorless
Oh,
ward.
okay. Yeah, must be west. That makes a lot more sense.
So going spear, Ghost of Pendragon, probably spear again.
Yep, in a good position, there's always going to be rested allies on Neon's side. I think every single one of Neon's allies want to be turning sideways this game. So very convenient to use that spear for the Ghost of Pendragon here.
The big question is, what do you clear? Do you play something else in hand to try and clear the turtle because it's a little bigger? Or do you go after the bovine because that's the engine?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think clearing the bovine is more important here. But it's always it's always a feel bad move, you know, giving your opponent a float.
Yeah,
But
the wind is indeed east, so it's probably just an accidental misplay from Atka there.
oh, maybe he rested it by accident while he was resting his fractal.
That could be it.
That's all right.
We're
East
seeing
and
a
west are basically the same direction, right?
Serene decree from the Aninclax to probably save his bovine here from that paladin swing.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, what else are you going to use the Cerulean for, honestly? I think Neon doesn't have a lot of opportunities to use it. Oh, it was going to face.
No, I think the
Oh, the
dungeon
dungeon
guy by
guard.
himself is not
Yeah,
enough to clear the bovine, so it just went face after that.
that makes sense. That makes more sense. Yeah, that Bovine's still active. He doesn't need it in order to get the quest counters onto Genbu, but getting a few more water cards in the graveyard might be the difference between a lethal and a non-lethal Resonating Fugue, given that Merlin is now up at level 3 with that 28-point health buffer.
And you can always just get more value by using Lost in Thought to draw more cards.
It's true. Just dump half your deck into your graveyard. Why not? Just going for the GCR here. So
More
no
cards is
thoughts
good.
towards yeah, of course, cards are good. But no thought towards leveling up, right?
Yeah,
Not
there's
worried
not
about
really
going to
any
Goja
need
2 or
for it,
3.
right? You don't need the halt, and you're drawing. Why level up to draw a card when you can just draw a card?
It's true. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. I guess leveling up for the Goja decks is more of a defensive tool than anything else.
And the last 4 mills were all float.
Very solid. What must it be like? We'll see if he gets another ally down on the board. I think that is the next step here. Oh,
Oh,
no,
oh,
just full mill? Is
interesting.
this the fugue turn? Is it over?
I think it's a stratagem turn. I think he is running
Oh,
stratagem, and I think he's just going for it here. He's at 6 float. That's 18 damage.
we're floating. We're flipping. We're flipping. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17? Something?
Something like that.
So something between 15 and 20. That's a big number.
I think that's when the number of water cards in your graveyard is simply enough.
Enough. Yeah, yeah, sufficient. This this feels like a fugue turn. I think it might be over. I think that might be all she wrote.
Six, seven, then
Now,
just
now
lagging a little bit.
counting directly for Atka. And 3 cards down, and there's the fugue.
3 down for fugue, and still so many cards in hand to just
All right.
defend that fugue.
Show me Song of Frost. Akka has some cards in hand and still thinking, right? There's still room for math. So Akka's thinking here.
Yeah, but how many cards in Aka's hand? There's like 4?
Yeah,
That's
it
not
doesn't
enough,
seem
right?
like they have that much at the moment. They can't, right?
Because
I guess.
there's no way that Neoninclex went for it without having a negate in hand. So whatever Atka
Right.
plays here, it just gets negated. You don't have enough cards to pay for it.
Yeah, it's got to be over. Well, Atka has a play.
Wait, what did he play?
And title locked.
I think that was a water barrier. Yeah, that was a water barrier, and yeah, it gets title locked, and that is game yet again.
That is it. A very quick 2-0 from Neon. My gosh.
So remember, people, that's why you run Nullifying Lantern.
Jeez, I am very impressed with those results. I think if I had to predict this match, I probably would have predicted something along these lines, but this felt very one-sided. I thought Merlin was going to put up a better fight than this.
I think in this current meta, there's so many decks that Nullifying Lantern is good for,
Yeah, that's
especially
absolutely true.
you are using it as Merlin, but you still need to run it just in case. The correct side value is not enough to be worth just being gambooed like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially because you're in a position where you can always put your nullifying lantern back if you need to, right? You have that kind of extra control with the Ghost of Pendragon. So, very much like one of the few defensive tools that you can put out in that's in that situation to actually deal with the problem.
And even more so when you're water yourself, you can fracturize your own lantern. You need to run it.
Wow. Well, whew, what a beating.
Yep.
Congrats
Very,
to Neon though. Well played. You know, knew
very well
their
played.
role, I will say, right?
Mhm.
Pushed forward damage and very firmly went through kind of the Genbu game plan. And I think did a good job, right? Did a good job of showing up with the deck, showing off what the deck is capable of.
Mhm. Mhm. Definitely very well played. Exactly what the deck wants to do. You just
Yeah.
dump cards in the graveyard, draw more cards than your opponent, and overwhelm them in multiple ways.
Yeah. Very overwhelming. um, but yeah, I think that mostly wraps up our coverage of the tournament, right? That's some very quick round four. I think there's probably some other round four going on, so we can hang out and chat for a bit and see what else
I'm
what
looking at the
else comes
results
in.
right
But
now, and that's actually the first match in the whole round
oh
that to
jeez.
finish.
All right. Uh but yeah, impressive results.
Yep. Good luck to all the players still playing, and we'll be saying to you guys, see you possibly even this weekend. There's another Yeti playing this Saturday afternoon at, I think it's noon central. So come play or watch, depending on your availabilities, and let's have fun.
Fun.
See everyone.